tell you that Q is the one that shot her, but then Mr. Walker tells you that he's the one that shot her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Referring counsel to that same deposition, page 59, lines 4 through 8. During that deposition, Mr. Wilson, you were asked question, and he was clear with you, he being Ronnie, was clear that he was the one that shot the girl? Answer, that's what he told me. Question, never told you that anyone else did it? Answer, no ma'am. Those are the answers that you gave me just a couple of weeks ago, correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Terry asked to speak with you and showed you a copy of the prior statement that you gave, correct?
Correct.
And in that prior statement, you said that Mr. Walker told you Quincy or Q was the one that shot the girl, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so I suppose, again, that was information that just slipped your mind when I was asking you about it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This conversation that you're having with Mr. Walker, is this the first conversation or that second conversation?
I don't recall if it was the first or second conversation, but it was a conversation that we had.
Okay. The conversation where Mr. Walker is telling you the details, does that happen at his mom's house or does that happen at Ronisha's house?
His mom's house.
Okay. And you specifically recall that conversation happening the day before Ronny Walker gets arrested, correct?
I don't know if it was specifically the day before, but it was during that time.
Well, haven't you previously testified that it was the day before?
Yeah, I said it was the day before or somewhere around that time.
You believe your testimony has been it was the day before or somewhere around that time?
Yes.
Okay. This conversation with the details, is that the same conversation where Mr. Walker is asking you about a bond for Q?
Yes.
Referring counsel to page 59 of that same deposition, lines 20 through 25. I'm sorry, hang on one second. You were asked, the conversation we had about Q, was that the day before he was arrested, he being Ronnie, near Ronisha's house? And you responded, yes, ma'am, because the same day that he was arrested is the same day that I turned myself into Manatee County.
Okay.
Those were the answers that you gave just a couple of weeks ago, correct?
Correct.
And you're referring to when you turn yourself into Manatee County sometime in May or April?
No, I turned myself in April, and then I turned myself in again July 7th.
I understand, but I'm saying, when you're saying this conversation that you're having with Ronny Walker.
This conversation would have happened in July.
Oh, you believe it was July? Okay. Referring counsel to page 60, lines 4 through 7. During that same deposition, Mr. Wilson, you were asked, so you're saying Ronny gets arrested in May, that same day? Answer, yeah, I think it was the same day that I turned myself in. Question, so this conversation that you had with Ronny happened in May? Answer, it was whatever day he was arrested, this conversation happened the day before he was arrested. Those are the answers that you gave, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And it's during that conversation, the day before Ronny gets arrested, that he's telling you he needs you to bond Q out of jail in Pinellas County, or arrange for a bond for Q in Pinellas County, correct?
Somewhere around that time, yes.
Okay. Would you be surprised to learn, Mr. Wilson, that Mr. Creed, Q, actually doesn't get arrested until July 27th, long after Ronny Walker was in jail? Is that surprising to you?
Yes.
Okay. I thought it might be. I think your testimony to Mr. Terry is that Mr. Walker said he's arguing with Miss Alexander and he turns around and shoots her. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you previously stated that Mr. Walker told you that when he shots Miss Alexander, she's sitting in the front passenger seat, correct?
I don't remember if he told me she was in the front passenger or not. I can't remember.
Okay. Now, you testified here today that you've never met Mr. Creed, correct?
Correct.
You don't know who he is, correct?
No.
Okay. But you were able to give Mr. Terry and the Detective Wieland, an exact description of what Robert Quincy Creed looked like.
Correct.
Isn't that true? Yet you had never met him, right?
Nope.
Never saw any pictures of him.
No, ma'am.
Right? So you just miraculously knew what this man looked like.
No, I miraculously listened to what your client told me he looked like and gave that description was what he told me.
Okay. Oh, so this is some new information. Tell me more.
No, ma'am, it's not new. It's in my deposition.
Tell me more.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, but that's what was told to me. I gave the description that was given to me in the deposition. If you give me the deposition, I can read it from that. I don't have it.
Oh, let me get that for you.
Thank you.
All right. Can I approach the witness counter?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson, I'm giving you all 90 pages of your deposition. Please let me know what page it is that you see where you told me Mr. Walker told you what Mr. Robert Quincy Creed looked
No,
like.
you asked me how did I know the description. I told you he gave me the
Right.
description.
Let me know. Let me know in the deposition where you said that.
This is the deposition. I'm looking for the one from from August 2nd of 2022.
You're asking for your proffer.
Yes.
Let me grab that from you.
Thank you.
I don't want all the papers to get mixed up, so let me make sure they're all in here. So I want to make sure that your testimony is clear because I think we got a little confused there. Is that your testimony today is that Mr. Walker told you what Robert Quincy Creed Senior, the father, what he looks like.
Yes, ma'am. It's in my. If you let me see the profile, I'll show it to you.
All right, here's your proffer from August 2nd. Let me help you, Mr.
No, I
Wilson.
have it right
you
here
got
now.
it. You got the correct
Yes.
page. And for counsel, we're referring to page 11, starting at line 10. Now,
Right.
Mr. Wilson, what you said is that he was saying that when he say, I gave them Q's son information, a description of Q's son,
Right.
is what he said he gave the detective. And then you told the detective, not Mr. Walker, you told the detective, because Q's son got, that's after Q. He had dreads and was light-skinned and had dreads, is what he said. But the daddy Q is a slim dude with bald head. That's you talking to the detective.
No, that's me
correct?
giving the entire description on what was given to me by him. I never stopped talking. That's just how they have it narrated in here.
Okay, so the court reporter narrated it incorrectly.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Judge, I'm gonna object to improper impeachment, and I'm gonna ask that it just be read in its entirety. The question
I'll
is
sustain
answered.
the objection, we'll read the whole thing into the record.
I read the entire, you want me to reread it,
She did not read
Judge?
the
I
question.
didn't hear you read it.
Okay. Do you know Q? Answer. I don't know. I don't know him, but I heard when me and Ronnie was talking, that's how I heard about him, because he was saying that when he say, I gave them Q's son, and this is in quotations, I gave them Q's son information, a description of Q's son, end quotations, is what he said he gave the detective. No more quotations are shown, because Q got a son that's named after, and said that Q had dreads and was light-skinned and had dreads, is what he said. But the daddy Q is a slim dude with bald head. He ain't,
Approach for a minute.
All right, Mr. Wilson, referring counsel to page 81 of the June deposition, lines 21 through 24. You were asked, Mr. Wilson, okay, but how do we get a description of what Q looks like in your proffer given on August 2nd if you've never met him and you didn't know him? Answer, I don't know. Question, line 25, you don't know? And then I asked you about a news article. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
So I asked you specifically, how did you know what Q looked like? And you had every opportunity to tell me, your client told me what he looked like. But you didn't say that, right?
Correct.
You said, I don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Showing you a news article from July 15th, 2022. Can you have a look at that? And take a good look at it, look at the contents of it, have a read,
Okay.
and then let me know when you're ready to continue.
Mr. Vick?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I mean, okay.
Okay, hold on one second. Mr. Wilson, you've read that news article before, correct?
No, I haven't. I'm reading it now.
No? Okay. Oh, well, yeah, please finish reading it. Read all the information there.
Okay.
Your testimony says you've never read that news article before?
I've never read this, no.
Is it a coincidence that every detail you just gave me comes from that news article then?
Objection, Your Honor, that's incorrect. May we approach?
Approach.
All rise for the jurors.
similar thing that he has said that's in the article.
That's what I offered to do, Judge, is that if you want me, I didn't think the state would prefer me to do that, but if that is everyone's preference, I'm happy to go through the details.
That's what we're gonna need to do.
I will do
don't have
that.
a problem with that, but you need to ask, you need to reiterate everything he said with everything that's similar in that article, but I'm sure the things in that article that he didn't say, just because, even if he read the article, which he may or may not have, I'm not making a judgment on that, I'm sure he didn't recite every single fact. And for you to say that goes over the top.
Well, the point is, I wanna make sure I'm clear, so the details that he gives about the shooting, right, about where the shooting occurs, that the girl is shot in the cheek, that Mr. Walker blames this on
Everything that he said.
the description, right.
That is
Those
it.
are all the details, by the way, none of those details differ. But I'm happy to go through each individual one,
Yeah.
that's not a problem.
Okay.
Judge, I think after he says he didn't read it, that should be the end of it. If he had said he read it, then that's one thing, but he said he didn't read this article.
Then she could point out the eerie similarities between his testimony and those article facts.
That's not, I don't think that's proper impeachment, Judge. I don't know how that falls.
I don't think
into-
it's impeachment.
Well, so then what's the purpose of it?
Credibility?
It's hearsay.
It's not being offered for the truth.
Yeah, it definitely goes to his credibility because it insinuates or it may lay the foundation for the belief that he read this article, called his attorney, called the state. I had a similar case as a prosecutor where the jailhouse snitch, his credibility was on the line. And they brought up everything that was in the article about it. But there was a deciding factor that made a huge difference in that case. But I won't go into that. I'm just saying that it's not improper and it's not unprecedented.
I think, Judge, I gave the witness my only copy of the article, so I just need a second to pull it up here, and then we're ready to go.
We can just make a copy of it.
Whatever is easiest. Let's see. Here.
Yeah, we can make a copy of it.
Thank you.
You bet. I agree with what you're saying, but I just, the way you came out of the block stating it, like he had memorized the article and point out the consistency.
I get it,
I have
Judge.
no problem with that.
I have no problem with doing that. That is my preference, to tell you the
Okay.
truth.
Yeah, I mean, because I think what's gonna become relevant also is you're claiming that every fact in the article he said, so but he may have said other facts that aren't in the article.
What I'm actually claiming is that every fact that he said is in the article, not everything in the article is what he said. I think there's a difference.
I understand what you're
Yeah,
saying, but he
like-
may have, I think he said other things that aren't in the article. Well, we'll find out.
Sure, sure.
Are we ready?
Can I have just 2 more minutes?
Yes, ma'am.
You can certainly bring the witness back in.
You can bring the list back. Thank you.
Okay, ready to go, Judge, thank you.
Now you can bring the jury back in, unless there's any other matters we need to discuss before that.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, very good, thanks.
All rise for the jurors.
Jury's back, y'all may be seated, thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. No issues with the court's instructions, no discussions about the case or any interference. Very good, thank you. Maybe the counselor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wilson, when we last left off, we were discussing the news article that was published July 15th, 2022.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you previously told this jury that Mr. Walker told you he shot Nilexia Alexander in the cheek, correct?
Yes.
This news article specifically mentioned she'd been shot 3 times in her head and once in her back, 1 wound to her cheek, correct?
Yes, I see it.
You told this court about the kind of car that Mr. Walker drove, a black Fusion.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Judge. I was trying not to do it. A black Fusion, correct?
Yes.
This article specifically mentions a dark black Fusion, correct?
It just says a dark Ford Fusion. It doesn't say black.
Okay, all right, a dark Ford Fusion. I'll give you that, right? You told this jury that Mr. Walker tells you that he goes to a Thornton's gas station immediately after, correct?
Yes.
This news article specifically mentions a dark Ford Fusion pulled into a Thornton's gas station at Hillsborough and Armenia Avenue, correct?
Yes.
You and I had this little back and forth about the description of Q, as in Mr. Robert Quincy Creed, the father, and Q, the son. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. This article specifically mentions that Mr. Walker tried to blame it on Q, but gave the description of 6'1" with a slim build and dreadlocks. And that
Okay.
didn't seem like Robert Quincy Creed, correct?
Yes.
And that was the exact description that you and I were going back and forth on, that you gave law enforcement and that you gave Mr. Terry, correct?
That's correct.
6'1", slim build with dreadlocks, right? Is that what you said in your proffer?
I don't think I gave a height, but
Hold on.
One second. 5'1" with a slim build and dreadlocks, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You told the jury here in court that Mr. Walker told you something about someone's cell phone being left in the car, correct?
Yes.
This article specifically mentions Walker's girlfriend's cell phone left in the car took a similar path as Nilexia's phone, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All of those details that you and I just talked about, those are all in this news article, correct?
Yes.
All right, and it was shortly after this would have been published, so this is July 15th, shortly after that, that you have your attorney reach out to the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you yourself reached out to the state attorney's office by calling them to tell them you wanted to talk to them, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you were pretty interested in talking with the state attorney's office then, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, we talked a little bit about your bond situation. You were about to have your bond revoked, correct?
Yes.
After you give your statement, that never happens, correct?
Yes.
You had many cases that you were facing here in Hillsborough County that ultimately you pled guilty to. Was it in November of 2022 or 2023?
2023.
2023.
Yes.
And on your sentencing score sheet, you were scoring just under 10 years in prison is what your appropriate score should have been, correct?
Correct.
And you pled guilty and you got a deal of 5 years in prison, correct?
Yes.
But that deal was conditioned on you being here to testify, right?
Yes.
Because if you did not testify against Mr. Walker, the state attorney's office told you they would revoke their deal and you then would be facing 10 years in prison.
Yes.
Okay. And not just facing, but that would be your sentence. Right?
Yes.
And that's your understanding as you sit here today.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to go back to something that you said here today, which is that Mr. Walker told you he turns around and he shoots Miss Alexander, correct?
Yes.
Okay. That conversation's happening during the first time that you speak with Mr. Walker at his mom's house or the second time at Ronisha's house?
I don't remember.
I'm going to refer counsel to page 58, lines 1 through 2. During that deposition that you gave just a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Wilson, you said, he said he was arguing with her and they were in the car. She was in the front seat of the car next to him and they was arguing, correct?
I don't recall, but if you
Would
say
you like
that,
to
yes.
see the
No.
transcript?
Yes.
Yes?
No, I said I'm agreeing with what you're saying.
But that's the statement you gave
Yes.
me just a couple of weeks ago.
Yes.
Is that Miss Alexander, Mr. Walker tells you, Miss Alexander is seated in the front seat passenger next to him.
Yes.
And again, this conversation is all happening the day before Mr. Walker gets arrested.
If my recollection is correct, yes.
Well, you've previously stated, and we went through those statements multiple times
very surprised because I called Manatee County a few days ago to make sure that I had the dates right, and I spoke the records, and they told me exactly what day it was.
Okay. And did you call Manatee County to make sure you had these dates correct? Because Mr. Terry told you about the documents I provided to him.
No, Mr. Terry never told me about any documents you provided to him.
No? Okay.
No.
During that proffer that you give in August, that you give Detective Whelan some information about a gun being thrown off a bridge?
Yes.
And you told Detective Whelan Mr. Walker cleaned his car, or told you he cleaned his car out at Thornton's gas station?
Yes.
And I believe what you told Mr. Terry is that Mr. Walker tells you that he had his mother's house cleaned.
Yes.
Okay. In this conversation that you had with Mr. Walker, did he tell you how Nilexia Alexander gets, I think I already asked you about that. You said that he tells you he shot her in the cheek, correct?
Yes.
And this whole conversation with Mr. Walker starts with him asking for your help with a bond for him and for Q, who had been arrested in Pinellas County, correct?
For him and the girlfriend in the beginning, and then Q was brought up about it. Yes.
I'm sorry. When was Q brought up? He was brought up in the same conversation.
Yes.
Okay. And he's telling you Q is in Pinellas County. I need you to help him bond out of jail in Pinellas County.
Yes.
Okay. I have a moment, Ronnie. Okay. Nothing else. Thank you.
Redirect.
All right. All right, so, Mr. Wilson, let's go back in time. You gave this proffer back in August 2nd of 2022, is that correct?
Yes.
And so, back when you gave this proffer, was all of this information and everything that had occurred and everything that was told to you fresh in your mind at that time?
Yes.
Was it much fresher in your mind than it was when you did your deposition just 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
Objection to leading.
Overruled.
Yes.
Was it fresher? Prior to giving this deposition a couple weeks ago, where had you been housed?
Hillsborough County for 6 months and Pasco County for 18 months.
Okay. And when you were coming to give this deposition, you were in Pasco County and they brought you here, is that right?
Yes.
All right. Was there some confusion? Did you actually get transported a couple times?
Yes. I arrived here in Hillsborough County May 28th, and they transported me to Hernando County June 2nd and brought me back to Hillsborough County June 2nd.
Okay. Now, prior to giving this deposition, did you ever have a chance to meet with me, meet with your attorney, or ever see your proffer?
No, sir.
So when you gave this deposition, you hadn't had a chance to refresh your memory from the proffer?
No, sir.
All right. Has a lot been happening in your life in the last 3 years?
Yes, sir.
Have you been thinking about this case those 3 years?
No, sir.
Have you been thinking about what Ronny Walker told you those 3 years?
No, sir.
And after this deposition, were you actually given your proffer from August?
Yes, sir.
And you had a chance to review it at that point?
Yes, sir.
Was what you said in the proffer accurate to your memory back then?
Yes, sir.
On this section that Ms. Dunker was referring to on page 11 of the proffer,
Yes, sir.
when you give this statement, and I'm going to read it verbatim, it says, I don't know, the question was, do you know Q? And you said, I don't know him, but I heard when me and Ronnie was talking, that's how I heard about him. Because he was saying that when I gave them Q's son information, a description of Q's son is what he said he gave the detective, because Q got a son that's named after, and said that Q had dreads and was light-skinned and had dreads is what he said. But the daddy Q is a slim dude with bald head. They ain't the same person. It's all of that information that Ronny Walker gave you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you know what his daddy Q actually looked like?
Never saw him. No, sir.
Now, this article that Ms. Dunker was referring to, you said you never read this article.
No, sir.
Was today the very first time you've read this article?
Yes, sir.
And do you typically read the Tampa Bay Times?
No, sir.
And you said you get your information from where?
Florida Sentinel Bulletin.
Okay, so Florida Sentinel Bulletin is where you had read about this case or heard about this case?
Yes.
All right. Now, the article that Ms. Dunker was referring to talks about and gives the description of a 6'1", slim build and dreadlocks, correct?
Yes, sir.
You described him as dreads, light skin, and had dreads. You never mentioned that he's 6'1", do you?
No, sir.
You never mentioned that he has a slim build, do you?
Objection leading.
No, sir.
So your description, the description in the article says 6'1" with a slim build and dreadlocks. You go, had dreads and was light skinned and had dreads.
Yes, sir.
All right. Also, this article never gives a description of the daddy Q, does it?
No, sir.
You read the article, right?
Yes, sir.
It never gives a description of him, does it?
No, sir.
Does it ever say in that article that daddy Q is a slim dude with a bald head?
No, sir.
Is bald head ever even mentioned in this article?
No, sir.
The article gives a lot more information that you never gave. Wouldn't that be accurate?
Yes, sir.
For instance, the article talks about cell phone records indicating the man's phone twice communicated with Nilexia's phone in the days before she was killed. You don't mention anything about any connection like that, do you?
No, sir.
Objection leading.
I'll sustain the objection.
Do you mention anything like that?
No,
in the
sir.
proffer? You had mentioned that she was shot in the cheek. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever mention that she'd been shot 3 times in her head
No, sir.
and once in her back?
No, sir.
That's in the article, though, right?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever mention to the police that the girl was a runaway?
No, sir.
Is that in the article?
Yes, sir.
Do you ever mention anything about DNA?
No, sir.
Was that in the article?
Yes, sir.
Does the article ever mention Erica Sweet?
No, sir.
Does the article ever mention anything about a relationship between Ronny Walker and Nilexia?
Yes, sir.
Does it ever mention a relationship between the two of them?
No, sir.
Does it ever mention anything about STD or any motive for the murder?
No, sir.
Does it ever mention tossing the gun into the river?
No, sir.
Does the article ever mention anything about cleaning the car or cleaning the house?
No, sir.
Was all of that information that was given to you by Ronny Walker?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Judge.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, he may.
Yes, no objection.
State, you may call your next witness.
State of call Gregory Van Heist, Sergeant Gregory Van Heist. Yes, Judge. Judge, we can approach real quickly before we get started on this witness. All right, thank you. Good morning, Sergeant. If you can please tell the jury your name and spell your last name for the court reporter.
Sure. It's Gregory's first name. Last name is Van Heist. That's V-A-N space capital H-E-Y-S-T.
All right, and Sergeant, where are you currently working?
I'm currently employed as a detective sergeant with the City of Tampa Police Department.
How long have you been working with the City of Tampa Police Department?
I've been there about 25 and a half years.
What is your current position or title at the, I know you said you're sergeant detective, but do you work in a particular area or a particular group?
I do. So my current assignment right now is the detective sergeant and supervisor of our Internet Crimes Against Children and Cybercrime Squad. Mostly investigating in Internet crimes against children. We deal with digital forensics, things like that.
Prior to your current position, what other positions have you held with the Tampa Police Department?
Sure. So prior to this role, I was the detective sergeant of the homicide unit for about 5.5 years, from maybe 2015 until 2020, or into, halfway into 2020, 2021. Prior to that, I was a detective sergeant of a district, so supervising a detective unit. Prior to that, I was a detective in a district, investigating general crimes. And then I had some various roles in undercover drug, gang unit, and patrol.
In your career with the Tampa Police Department, have you ever had opportunities to work on cases regarding cell phone technology, specifically with cellular records, mobile forensics, and cybercrime?
I have multiple.
Okay. And have you had any specific training in those areas?
I have probably starting maybe 15 years ago or so, I started kind of taking formal advanced training, both from private and public vendors. So private companies, then also some government institutions like the FBI. I've probably had well over 500 hours of training related to either cell phone technology, cyber crimes, digital forensics, topics like that.
Are you certified in any areas?
So I'm a certified wireless analyst, which has to do with just the technology of wireless communication.
Okay. What about on-the-job experience? About how many cases have you had involving cellular technology in your career? Approximate.
I would say approximately. I've probably dealt with 300 or 400, and that's probably a low estimate.
Okay. And have you ever had occasion to map out based on cell site records and to form a travel of a cell phone?
I have multiple times.
Approximately how many times would you say?
Oh, hundreds.
Okay. Explain to the jury how that's done in a typical manner.
So when I first started, so we get records from companies such as T-Mobile or Verizon or AT&T. Those are the three providers right now. What they do is they're keeping records for their customers. It started way back as they kept records so they could charge you based on your usage, or like long distance calls, or where in the world you were calling from. So they keep those records or logs of records. They would then give them to law enforcement via legal process, so via either subpoena or search warrant. We could look at those records, we could see each row of activity. It's in a spreadsheet, like an Excel spreadsheet. And it'll give a timestamp of when it occurred, the phone number involved, the device information sometimes that was involved. And then, depending on the legal process, so if it's the search warrant, you'll also get some geographic information for that activity. So that could be the cell site that that phone was connected to for that activity, whether it was a voice call or maybe it was a data transmission. And then also it would give you a side of that cell site, so which direction it was connecting to. And then those records have kind of have advanced since then to things such as timing advance, so they give a little more specialized location. But that's generally how that works.
All right. And have you ever testified as an expert in this area?
I have.
About approximately how many times?
I believe 3 times in this district.
And you all in this jurisdiction? In this
Yes, sir.
district? All right. I don't know if the defense would like to ask any questions.
Maintain our objection, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, now before we get into the specific findings in this case, did you prepare a presentation to explain this technology with the jury?
I did, yes.
And do you believe this presentation will help them in understanding the specific findings in this particular case?
I do.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'm going to introduce Court Exhibit 1.
Maintaining our objection.
Noted, same rule.
All right, so this is, I guess, just a sort of an introductory slide, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, now this is slide 2. What are we looking at, and if you can explain to the jury what this is saying?
Yeah, so this is just to give an idea of generally how cell sites are set up. So you're probably familiar, you've all seen them, big towers that can be at an intersection or anywhere really, and they have those antennas. Most cell sites are 3-sided. Not all, but generally speaking, they're gonna have 3 sides. Generally speaking, also, each of those 3 sides are gonna cover about 120 degrees. So if you separate a cell site, each of those sectors or sides of a cell site will serve about 120 degrees of range.
All right. So what are we looking at in slide 3 here?
So here's some examples of, again, the slide before, but here's some examples of cell sites that are in the city of Tampa. On the left side of the slide is more of a traditional cell site that has those antennas on the top, 3 sides. There's also some non-traditional cell sites that are becoming more common. They can be on top of a telephone pole. They could be attached to a building. And now we're starting to see them pop up, especially here in downtown Tampa, sites that are almost look like a telephone pole, but they're about the height of a telephone pole, but that is the cell site now, and they're covering a smaller area.
Okay. All right, what are we seeing here in slide number 4?
So this is just to note that when we deal with cell site activity, the records we get from a company like T-Mobile, they'll give us the cell site that the phone is connected to. At times they'll give us the sector or the direction the antenna it was connected to. When you look at a demonstrative, when we map these things out, we notate that where the cell phone was, the cell site was located, which is going to be where those 2 lines are connected. That's the cell site location. And then the shaded area is the directionality, so what side of that cell site. It in no way means that it was limited to where those lines are depicted on the graph or on the map, or the shaded area does not mean that's the area of coverage. It's just intended to give a location of the cell site and the directionality.
So the cell phone could be anywhere kind of within that, like that V section.
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, and slide number 4, what are we looking at here?
So this is a record that a timing advance record. So it's has to do with activity on a cell phone or registrations that phone is connecting back and forth to a cell site. Timing advance is the cell phone's company of basically determining how can I serve that cell phone properly. How can I make sure their calls go through, their texts go through, their Facebook posts, all their data transmissions, things like that. So they come with technology that basically it knows generally where that phone is and it wants to know, so it's sending messages back and forth. Those logs or those messages, that registrations are getting captured in these logs. They're providing an estimated distance from the cell site along with an estimated location of the device. The cell phone companies say that these are estimations, that they're not exact pinpoints of we know exactly where that device was. But again, it gives estimations. Here you're seeing, and this will be later shown on the some further slides, that shaded area is the directionality, so that's the antenna that the cell phone was connected to, the cell site, the antenna, the directionality, and then that arc that's connected the two straight lines, that's what T-Mobile is saying, that's the estimated distance that handset or that cell phone was from that cell site.
All right. So it doesn't give an exact location ever for where these cell phones are, just kind of estimates. Is that right?
They're estimated locations, yes, sir.
Okay. So now, at this point, we are getting into some more specifics with regards to this case. So what are we looking at in slide number 6?
So this is a copy of the subscriber information that T-Mobile provided for phone number 813-447-6234. It gives a name, an address, some dates of service. It also gives some phone information, some identifiers, things of that nature.
All right. And were you given this information by Detective Van Heist as far as the phone information?
But Detective Wieland, yes.
I'm
I
sorry,
was.
Detective Van Heist, it's
Yeah.
you. Yeah, Detective Whelan, I apologize.
Yes.
So you were given this information, and so do you know the significance of this particular phone number?
It was conveyed to me, yes.
Okay, what were you told?
Objection to hearsay.
Well, all right, I'll rephrase that question. So you were told that this was a phone number related to this case, or that's how you put it in there?
Correct.
All right. So 6 gives an information of an individual by the name of Daniel Tollerud. Do you know who that is?
I do not.
Okay. Now going further to slide 7, what are we looking at there with regards to this same phone number that we were talking about in slide 6?
It's just kind of some information that you can glean from the subscriber records, just showing that phone number was being used by a Motorola. It gives the model number there. I apologize, I can't read it exactly, but a Motorola smartphone which was the device being used with that phone number for the records that we have.
And so this is information you all received from the records you order from T-Mobile.
Correct.
In slide 8, what are we looking at here?
So again, this is just subscriber information for a phone number of 305-910-9779, providing similar information as I stated below, a name, an address of the subscriber, some dates of service, and then information about the device itself.
All right, and on this subscriber number 305, who does it says the owner is?
The listed subscriber name is Erica Sweet.
And again, in slide 9, this is kind of similar to what we did in slide 7, where you kind of talk about the phone.
Yes, sir. It's just showing that number was being used in this case with a Samsung smartphone.
All right, and what is slide 10?
So here's an example of the T-Mobile timing advanced data. So what I mentioned before, this is and I apologize for the slide. These rows actually go all the way across. I've cut it in half. But this is the type of data that you would get on a timing advanced record from T-Mobile pursuant to a search warrant.
Slide 11, what do we see here?
So this is plotted activity from those timing advanced records for the phone number ending in 6234. So you have some locations that were conveyed to me that are significant to the case by Detective Wieland that have been plotted out. And then the black lines, so where the two straight lines, black lines meet, that's going to be the location of a cell site where that activity occurred from. The shaded areas, as I mentioned before, that's signifying which antenna or the directionality that cell phone connected with. So basically pointing out from that shaded area. Now, the arced lines, those are the estimated distances from those cell sites extending from those two straight lines. This is for activity between on May 6, 2022, between 2:50 a.m. and 2:55 a.m.
And that's for the phone number of 447-6234?
Yes, sir.
All right. And the phone that's for a period of 5 minutes, correct?
Yes.
So it does ping off, I guess, different towers. What happens there? How does that work?
Yeah, so the way timing advanced records work, they're occurring very often and frequently. And often they'll connect with different cell sites that are serving the area a cell site is in. A lot of times that's how we can really narrow down an area where we think that cell phone was, or potentially if we're looking for a device where that cell phone is. And they can have distances, and a lot of times if those estimated distances overlap, or you have multiple distances, it gives a very good indication of where that cell phone was, or an estimated location.
Okay. And slide number 12.
So this is timing advance activity for the same period, so May 6, 2022, between 2:50 a.m. and 2:55 a.m. For the phone number ending in 9779. Again, some timing advance activity here. You can see some activity with two different cell sites, with one of them providing that estimated distance that's kind of crossing over some areas there in the middle of the screen.
Right. And slide 13.
So this is moving forward to activity on May 6, 2022, between 3:05 a.m. and 3:10 a.m. For the phone number ending in 6234. Here, there's a lot more activity, and in my training and conversations with other people who are versed in these topics, it seems that timing advance records seem to produce more activity when there's more movement on a device, and that's why you may see that here. So all of those arced lines, those are all estimated distances from the cell site. And then you'll also see those little black dots. Those are T-Mobile's estimated location for that device. Again, they say estimated, but again, this is just 5 minutes of activity for that device, showing a lot of distances kind of congregating where those black dots are.
And that's kind of in the same general area as the homicide location. Would that be accurate?
It is almost, I guess, directly over, and a lot of the overlapping arcs seem to be right, probably within blocks of that area.
Okay, and this is the 447-6234 phone, which if we refer back to on slide number 11 at 2:50, so about 10-15 minutes earlier, was in a completely different location of the city. Would that be accurate?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay, and that's kind of, would that indicate sort of in the area where the victim was picked up at 2:52 hours?
Yes, sir.
All right, and does the data correspond with that location, that the cell phone is in that area?
Yes, it does.
And then with the phone number 305-910-9779, tell me about this slide number 14.
So this is also for the same date, May 6, 2022, for that time period between 03:05 a.m. to 3:10 a.m. for the phone number ending in 9779. It's showing very similar activity as the previous slide, the other number we're speaking about, with a lot of estimated distances that are at or near the area of the homicide location. It's unfortunately it's also red, but it's connected to that red line with homicide location. That's the plot of the homicide location that was provided to me. So you'll see a lot of the red dots of estimated locations for the cell phone itself, and then those arcs, which are estimated distances from the cell site, which are several are overlapping in that area.
So based on this data, would you say it's consistent with that cell phone 305-910-9779 being in the area around the homicide location?
Yes.
And slide number 15, what are we looking at on this particular slide?
So this is for activity for the phone number ending in 6234, now from 3:30 a.m. to 3:34 a.m. The map has also been magnified out, so you're getting a larger view of the city or the area, because the phone is now showing activity up on the, I guess it's the left side of the screen, up near a plot called Thornton's, which is a gas station at Armenia and Hillsborough. So it's showing the device was connected to a cell site just a few blocks actually away from that gas station, and those estimated distances seem to be crossing over or nearby the gas station, along with some estimated locations of that device nearby also.
And Detective, was that part of what drew this investigation to that Thornton's, this evidence that came out of this?
Yes.
And then finally, slide number 16. What do we see here?
So this is activity for the phone number ending in 9779 for the same time period, May 6, 2022, between 3:30 and 3:34 a.m., showing the timing advance activity or the records where that phone is also associated with a cell site located very near to the Thorntons there, with estimated distances crossing over or nearby the Thorntons, along with estimated device locations in that area.
So Detective, based on your looking at these records, would it appear to you that the phones were in the same general location around the same time?
Yes.
And Judge, I'm now going to provide this to the clerk as states court or as court exhibit number 1. Now, when you download these sites into a map format, is there a way to show the sites, the phone moves, the movement of the phone?
There is. So there's a tool we can use. There are several tools. The one I use will let you input those Excel spreadsheets. So the data that we get from a company like T-Mobile, it'll plot these out on a map, show the directionality, but then also you can play the movement. Basically, you can create an animation showing the movement of the device associated with the cell sites, and you can speed it up too. So for example, a minute of activity on the records, we can show it in 5 seconds on the animation.
And did you create, for purpose of this case, 4 different animations showing the movement of these phones?
I did, yes.
All right. I'm going to show you, and I'm showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 18A, B, C, and D.
Okay.
Are those the ones you created in this case?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the movement of those cell phones according to the cell site data you received?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, we would move to have States Exhibit 18A through D admitted into evidence.
Maintain our objections, Your Honor.
Same rule, it will be admitted as 18A through D for the state.
All right. I'm going to start with 18A. This is indicated on the CD as 0250 to 0340 for 305-910-9719. Is this the one you created?
Yes.
All right. Does it been published now?
Okay.
All right, Detective, we put that. Now, there are times where there's nothing on the map. What happens there?
So there's just not activity occurring on the records.
Oh, let me stop it now. Okay, and occasionally we see what appears to be a cell site tower that's located in a completely different location from where it's pinging just a minute before. How is that possible?
So there could be different explanations. Cell phones operate on radio waves, so sometimes in dense urban areas, you're going to have, I believe, what's called reflections, or if a signal is bouncing off of multiple buildings, it could bounce and then give over to a cell site that's not near the area where the device is. There's times also too where a phone, T-Mobile uses what's called a distributed antenna system, or a DAS system. They have big base stations. There's one located, and I think that's actually some of the activity that we see on that map there, located there at 40th and Hillsborough. It's connected via fiber underground to smaller cell sites. I think we saw one earlier, like on the top of a telephone pole. At times, the timing advanced records have not been updated or show the connection with the smaller cell site and are still reverting back to that base station. There's a couple different explanations that could be why that occurred.
Okay. But overall, that map fairly and accurately depicts kind of the movement of the phone during the course of that time period that you've documented.
Yes.
I'm going to publish now State's Exhibit 18B. And this is related to the cell phone 813-447-6234, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you also have the ability to overlay the two telephone numbers together in one continuous map?
Yes, you can combine the sets of records to show the movement at the same time.
And do you delineate them or separate them by different colored of their cell site maps?
Yes.
Okay. And so, for instance, so what we've seen so far is the 305-910-9779 appears to be in red, and the 813-447-6234 appears to be in black. Is that true?
That's correct.
All right. And did you do that in State's Exhibit 18C?
Yes.
I'm now publishing State's Exhibit number 18C. And they are synced up time-wise, would that be accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. So, Detective, I think it's pretty clear, but just so, based on your understanding and expertise as far as in this area, do those phones appear to be traveling in concert?
They do, yes.
Now, were you given information in this case that the cell phone belonging to 813-447-6234 moved the next day?
Yes,
All right. And did you, in fact, map out the coordinates of that movement of that phone?
I did.
And as a result of that, did that assist in the investigation in this case, in fact, locating the individual who was involved in this case?
Yes.
All right, I'm now publishing State's Exhibit 18D. And this is the following day, correct? Or the same day, I guess, just later in the afternoon?
The same day, later in the morning and afternoon. In the afternoon, yes.
Yes, okay. At 3 o'clock to 3:40 p.m., correct?
That's correct. 3 p.m. to 3:40 p.m.
At 3 to 3:40. All right. And that phone appears, based on this mapping, to be around Tampa General Hospital for quite some period.
Yes, sir.
All right, and is that ultimately what led this cell site activity led investigators to Tampa General Hospital?
Yes.
Detective, as far as the rest of the investigation, was this basically your sole involvement in this investigation?
Yes, sir.
right, Judge, I'll pass the witness.
Ross?
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning.
Just a few questions for you. You started off by talking to us about your role at the Tampa Police Department in the Internet Crimes Against Children section, correct?
Correct.
To be perfectly clear, this case did not come to you as part of the Internet Crimes Against Children.
That is exactly correct, yes.
This is a situation where homicide detectives requested your assistance because you have the knowledge and skills to map out the phone information.
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, you don't begin to do that mapping or reviewing of the records until sometime, I believe, is it in April of 2025?
As far as this detailed, yes.
Right. Okay. Now, there's a difference between, I'm hoping I'm getting the terminology correctly, between simple cell site data and timing advanced data, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Cell site data essentially just tells you which cell phone tower the phone is connecting to.
Yes, although
And the direction.
Right, and timing advance is cell site data because it's connections between the handset and a cell site.
Right. Timing advanced attempts to pinpoint within a certain proximity the exact location of the, and when I say exact, I mean within a margin of error, the location of a handheld device.
Estimated location of the device along with the estimated distance from the cell site. Yes, ma'am.
From the cell site, right. To do this, different cell phone providers use different formulas to reach whatever distance they believe the device might be, correct?
Proprietary algorithms, yes.
And what that means, proprietary algorithms, is that you're not privy to that information, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so you don't know how T-Mobile is reaching the information that they have.
No.
When we're talking about calculations such as timing advance, different factors can come into play, such as weather, correct?
It could, yes.
Whether or not you're in an area with tall trees, correct?
Tall trees are just structures in general.
Tall
I think
buildings.
trees maybe not as much, but metal buildings, things that could affect the radio signal, it's probably more accurate.
If you're in an area that is heavily wooded or has a lot of tall trees around, can that have an effect on the formula as well?
I don't know about tall trees. My training experience is mostly talks about buildings or structures. Yeah.
In providing timing advance records to you, they come to you, the person does not have to physically be using the phone in order for you to get information from timing advance, correct?
Correct.
And that's because the phone is routinely trying to connect to towers for a various number of reasons.
Correct.
So when we see, for example, that 6234 phone number that's associated with the victim in the case connecting after we know she's dead, that does not mean someone's using her phone, right?
That's correct.
It just means that her phone is still on and is still actively searching for a signal.
The device is registering with the cell sites that are serving that handset.
Okay, all right. And when timing advance records are provided to you in times, are they provided to you in standard Eastern time, like the time that we're seeing today?
They're not. They come in UTC, Coordinated Universal Time, which has to be adjusted. I believe at that point it was 4-hour adjustment to Eastern Standard Time.
And so what you have to do is that 4 hours ahead or 4 hours behind?
4 hours ahead is UTC, so we have to subtract.
And does that change whether it's 4 hours or 5 hours depending on whether we're in daylight savings time or not?
Yes.
Okay. At this time back in May of 2022, this would have been the 4 hour ahead.
Correct.
Okay. So when you first get the records, and you're probably using a software system or something to do this for you, but it has to basically calculate the time by subtracting 4 hours from what's on the record.
That's right.
Got it. Okay. And that's pretty universal. Most cell phone provider companies will provide phone numbers or phone records to you in that manner.
In UTC
UTC
time, or
time.
yes, yes.
The timing advance records, those are, in addition to the information, you're provided with a confidence interval, correct?
They do, yes.
And that can range from high to low, and I think is there like a medium or intermediate?
I think it's low, medium, high, or it's 3
Okay.
levels, something like that, yes.
3 levels, okay.
Yeah.
And to prepare your demonstratives that we've seen here today, you used all 3 confidence intervals, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were only given location data for those two phones that we saw here today, correct?
Correct.
And for the record, so that's going to be an 813 number ending in 6234, correct?
Yes,
And then a 305 number ending in 9779, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, can I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing else, thank you, Sergeant.
Can you read that?
No, Your Honor.
May I just witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, no objection.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling next witness.
Okay, the next one's a little longer, it's great. Fine. Then we need to take a break real quick.
Figure.
Oh, sorry.
Just real quick. Logistics.
Spell your last name for the court reporter.
Yes, my name is Dr. Ashley Perkins, Perkins.
All right, and doctor, how are you currently employed?
I'm an associate medical examiner with the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office.
How long have you been working with the medical examiner's office?
I've been full-time with the medical examiner's office for 5 years now.
Prior to working with the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office, did you have any other employment?
No.
All right. What sort of, so what is your degree?
So I actually have a bachelor's of science in biology from the University of Missouri, a master's of biomedical science from Midwestern University, an doctor of osteopathic medicine from the Arizona College of Osteopathic Medicine, so that's medical school. And then I've also completed training in anatomic and clinical pathology for residency at the University of South Florida, and I'm board certified in both anatomic and clinical pathology, and then oh, I'm so sorry. And then I have a forensic pathology training, which was also completed here at the University of South Florida with the conjunction of the Hillsborough County Medical Examiner's Office.
About how many years of education have you had in order to become an associate medical examiner?
About 10, 12 years.
Okay. And you're certified in what areas? I'm sorry, because you were saying that quick. I want to make sure she got
My
that.
apologies. Anatomic and clinical pathology, as well as forensic pathology.
All right. And what is your position now with the medical examiner's office?
Associate medical examiner.
All right. As an associate medical examiner, what are your general duties?
So on any death in the state of Florida that's in the Hillsborough County jurisdiction that falls under the statute 40611, meaning any death that's not under the care of a physician, a Florida certified physician, or that's would be a sudden unexpected death. So children, infants, things like that, or accidents, suicides, homicides, something that would be deemed not natural death would come to the medical examiner's office. And it's our duty to determine cause and manner of death.
All right. And what does that mean, cause and manner of death?
So cause of death is an injury or disease that initiates a chain of events leading to someone's death. Manner of death is descriptors of how the situation occurred that led to someone's death. So I mentioned something like homicide, which would be something death at the hands of another individual. Suicide, meaning a death at one's own hands. Accidents, so unforeseen events that led to a death. Natural, things like pneumonia, heart disease, those kind of things. And then there's a fifth called undetermined, where sometimes the circumstances of the death just cannot be determined by the investigation at that time.
All right. Have you ever had to testify as a court or in court as an expert before?
Yes,
About approximately how many times?
at least 50.
50? Okay. At this time, Judge, I'll pass the witness if they have any questions.
No questions on this one.
Now, as a medical examiner, do you sometimes go to the scenes of crimes?
Yes.
Did you go to the scene of this crime?
No, I did not.
All right. Does the office or does the medical examiner's office send someone out, though, typically?
Yes, we have certified death investigators who are specialized in going to crime scenes and collecting that kind of evidence specifically just for the medical examiner's purpose in determining cause and manner of death.
And prior to the autopsy, are you informed by that examiner or by that person who goes out there what the circumstances surrounding the location and how the person was found? Are you given all that information prior to doing the autopsy?
Yes.
And does that information aid you and assist you in determining the cause of death?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe to the jury how a typical autopsy is performed?
Sure. So it's the minute the person comes into our facility, they are issued a unique case number. So that case number is going to follow them wherever they go within our morgue, so that we can document purposes with photography and making sure everything matches and we have a good chain of evidence with that individual. So especially in a homicide, when they come from the scene to our facility, the body bag actually has a red tag on it in order to determine that it was consistent with coming from the scene into our facility. And then I'm present at that time when our morgue technicians will process the body. So that's collecting evidence that's on the body, that's fingerprints, fingernail clippings, hair clippings, photography, and x-rays of the individual. Then I do an external examination, and that's where I'm documenting hair color, eye color, identifying factors, along with things like injuries that I need to document and any evidence that I might see visually on the body. Then the body is cleaned so that I can even further look, make sure there's no injuries hiding underneath clotted blood or any debris, maybe dirt that might be under any wounds. And then that proceeds into the internal examination. And that's what the traditional autopsy that we think of. So opening up the body, looking at wound paths, looking at the organs, and checking for any injuries or natural disease. And we're collecting toxicology specimens at that time. That's blood and urine, those kind of things that we may need to process in the laboratory. The organs are then taken from the body, and I'm looking at them visually again with the naked eye, and taking sometimes, depending on the case, small sections to look underneath the microscope for any kind of natural disease that I can't see with the naked eye. At that time, that's the end of the autopsy, and throughout that whole process, photographs are being taken, again with that unique case number.
All right. And you mentioned fingernail clippings. Those are given usually to law enforcement at that time?
Yes, we collect the evidence, and then at the end of the autopsy, the evidence is packaged and given to law enforcement for their processing.
Okay, is one of the things that you collect a blood stain card?
Yes.
And how do you collect that, and what is that for?
So while I'm in that internal portion of the autopsy, I am taking blood samples directly from a blood vessel, and then that blood is then put into a syringe and placed on a blood card. And then that blood card is used for the purposes of DNA testing that may be done.
All right, and I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 20, and ask you if you can take a look inside. Yeah.
Yes. Should put two gloves on, I'm sorry.
They kind of,
Stick together. Yes. So this is my signature, yes.
do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is this?
This is the blood spot card. So again, taking the blood specimen from directly inside the body and placing it onto a card and allowing it to dry for DNA purposes.
All right, and that's pretty common in any case, or especially cases involving that could be a
Every
potential
case
homicide.
we do, homicide or not, is done.
Every case, okay. Judge, at this time I move to have State's Exhibit 20 admitted into evidence.
States 20 will be admitted.
Do you also obtain the height and weight of the individual that you are about to conduct an autopsy on?
Yes.
And in this particular case of Nilexia Alexander, which I guess I should ask first, were you involved in the autopsy of Nilexia Alexander?
I was.
All right. Did you obtain a height and weight for Nilexia Alexander?
Yes.
What was that?
I'm referring to my autopsy report, page 3. She was 5 foot 9 inches, 180 pounds.
All right. And you mentioned that pictures are taken, is that correct?
Correct.
Hold on. Trying to find. Can't get it up. Oh, there you go. See, only you can figure that stuff out. There we go. All right. Doctor, you mentioned that in performing autopsies, you also take photographs as you're going through to document the injuries and the locations of the injuries. Is that pretty common?
Yes.
All right. And would those pictures aid and assist you in demonstrating to the jury the injuries that Nilexia Alexander suffered in this case?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits D2 through D27 and ask if you can take a look through those photographs. Doctor, have you had a chance to look at those?
I have.
And do those pictures fairly and accurately depict the autopsy and the pictures that you took when you were conducting that autopsy on that day?
They do.
All right, move down State's Exhibit D2 through D27, admitted into evidence.
Maintain your objection, Your Honor.
Objection noted, same ruling will be allowed as states D2 through 27.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to show you now what's marked as State's D2. Now, you had mentioned that when they're brought in with a unique identification number. Is that identified in this case?
Yes, it is.
And can you point that out to the jury so that they can see that?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're looking at the case number here.
So that 22-04281 that's depicted on this picture, that's the case number?
Yes.
And it's marked underneath there, unidentified. At this point in time, did you know the individual's name is Nilexia Alexander?
No, we did not have a name for her at that time.
All right. And is this kind of a typical picture to take to show the facial characteristics of the individual who you're about to conduct the autopsy on?
Yes, we do an identification photo so that we can show family potentially if identification is needed visually.
Okay. Now it shows on this photo, it appears that one of her eyes on the right side is swollen to some degree and black. What is that from? Is that what she hit there, or is that from something different?
So as we'll see further, there are gunshot wounds to her head, and they created fractures on the inside of her skull, and that allows blood to get underneath the skin and can collect around the eye, giving this bruised eye, black eye look.
All right. Thank you. Now, before I get into the rest of the pictures, Doctor, if you can please maybe briefly kind of describe what these injuries were that you noted on Nilexia Alexander when she came in.
Sure. So she had 4 total gunshot wounds to her body. All were entrances and exits. So 4 pairs of wounds, 4 gunshot wounds, as well as 2 bruises, 1 to her left arm, 1 to her right forearm, and some small healing abrasions on one of her ankles.
All right. Now I'm going to start going through those, and Doctor, before I get into the specific injuries, and are you able to calculate or determine just based on those injuries the timing of those injuries?
No, I cannot.
All right. All right. I'm going to start with states D3. Do we see a particular injury in this particular case?
Yes.
All right. And where is this injury?
So we're looking at her back, at the base of her neck.
Okay. And there's a marker underneath. Is that notating a specific injury?
The marker, the ruler with our case number, is providing some scale for noting the injury, which is just above the scale, above the number 3.
All right. Can you describe this wound to the jury?
So this would be an entrance gunshot wound to the back.
All right. And where did this wound travel? What was the travel of the wound?
So this went from the left side of her back to the right side of her back. Again, this is what we call a perforating wound, or an through and through wound.
So no projectile was recovered from this?
Correct.
All right. So, and can you give the general direction of travel? You said what goes through the back?
Yes, I am going to refer to the case report on page 8 of the report. So this is going to travel, and this is with reference to her standing in standard anatomic position. What that means, again, Your Honor, if I may stand. So the person is looking directly at you with their arms at their side and their palms facing forward. So there's a lot of movement with arms, so we do what we call standard anatomic position so that everyone speaks the same language. So arms at the side and palms forward. And this is based on how the wound path went through her, so her lefts and rights. So in this case, the wound went from her left to right, front to back, and downward.
All right. And I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit D1. Would this be an example of the standard anatomical position as drawn out?
Yes.
And does this, was this in fact your diagram that you used to show the wounds?
Yes, these are my notes from the autopsy.
And it fairly accurately shows what you did.
Yes.
Judge, move that State's Exhibit D1 admitted into evidence.
No objection to D1.
D1 will be admitted without objection.
So when you're talking about the standard anatomical position, as you demonstrated, this is kind of a diagram that you will use in these kind of cases.
Yes.
Right? And the injury you're referring to that we're talking about right now, this is the injury that you said occurs right here, correct?
Correct.
Right, fingers pointing, which is sort of the up on the back, with the back portion towards the left side just below the head.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. And you said it enters there and then it exits. Would this be the exit wound consistent with that?
Yes.
Right, and in D4, does this give a more close-up view of that particular entrance wound?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And then D5, what are we looking at here?
So this is the corresponding exit wound to the entrance wound we just saw in the back. So now we're more on the right side of the back, close to the shoulder.
And how are you able to determine which is an entrance wound and which is an exit wound?
So entrance wounds and exit wounds kind of have unique features as the bullet goes through the body. So with entrance wounds, we typically see what we call a ring of abrasion around the hole that's made in the skin, as well as what we call a tissue deficit. So like a hole punch through the skin. I can't put the margins of that wound back together. Exit wounds, however, I can typically fold the tissue back together. If I were to do it like a puzzle piece, it would go back together.
Okay. So in D4, do we see some of what you're talking about, the abrasion or anything like that?
Yes.
You can stand up, that's fine.
So this red pink area here where the skin is missing, that's the abrasion here. So a scrape, like you had, if you fell on your knees on the pavement and you had to scrape the skin, that's what we're talking about there.
All right, and then the exit wound doesn't have that, correct?
Correct. In this case, if you were to fold the tissue edges together, they would come back together.
So in D6, which is a more close-up of that exit wound, you can kind of see how you do it there?
Yes.
Okay. Doctor, was this a fatal injury?
It was not.
Would this injury have been immediately incapacitating?
No.
Could a person who suffered this injury still be able to walk around and move around?
Yes.
If an individual was seated in a vehicle and suffered this injury, could that person open the car door and still get out of the car?
Yes.
Now, the angle of that, you don't know the position of the body at the time of shooting, correct?
Correct.
And so her position could have been in any manner or any way when that shot occurred.
Yes, there are a variety of positions she could have been in.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, doctor, so if she were seated in a vehicle and sees someone about to shoot her and bends down like that, would that be consistent with the shot and the angle of the shot?
Yes.
All right. What was, now there's another one you talk about, let me go to State's Exhibit D7. What are we looking at here?
So this is an entrance gunshot wound on the left side of her head.
Okay. Describe, if you can, for the jury what this wound, what happened to it.
Yes, so this entrance wound is on the left side of her head and enters into her scalp and then into her skull and brain. Specifically, I'm referring to page 5 of my report. Enters the left parietal hair-bearing region of her scalp and then the left parietal bone, so side of her head here. Enters the parietal lobes of the brain, the left and the right, and then exits out the right parietal bone on the side of her scalp, and that's where it exits.
Okay. And so in State's Exhibit D8, is that just a more close-up view of that wound?
Yes, and again, we can see that red area of marginal abrasion a little bit better on this one.
Okay. So that definitely indicates that it's an entrance wound, is that right?
Correct.
Was there any evidence of close-range firing on this?
No.
Tell the jury, if you could, what close-range firing, what sort of evidence you look for in that.
Sure. So sometimes if the muzzle of the weapon is close enough to the body, then we get what we call evidence of close-range firing. So other than the bullet being ejected from the end of that muzzle, the unburnt gunpowder will actually eject from the end of the muzzle as well, and then some soot, so that like light gunpowder, but burnt. So if you are close enough to an individual when they are shot, the unspent gunpowder hits the body very hard and create these little punctate abrasions on the skin. And if it's even closer to the person, then the very light soot actually can hit the skin as well. So we'll see soot and gunpowder stippling on the skin. In this case, I see neither.
Okay. Now, she had how would you describe her hair?
She had very thick, full hair.
All right. Could that have maybe absorbed some of that so that you would not be able to see it in this particular case?
That's possible. Any intervening object, whether it be clothes, thick hair, hats, things like that, those can block the evidence. Close range firing doesn't mean it's not close in firing distance. It just means it doesn't leave that evidence of it.
All right. And you indicated that this wound that we were referring to in D7 has an exit wound on the other side of the body. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and on the it's on the other side of the head. Would D9, is that the corresponding exit wound to that particular shot?
With reference in this photograph above the ruler, so to the left in the photograph, yes, that is the
Right here?
corresponding exit wound. Correct.
That is the corresponding exit wound. All right, and so was this wound immediately fatal?
This would be very quickly fatal, yes.
Very quickly fatal. So, like, if she had suffered this wound and she was on an operating table, they probably still would not be able to. She probably would not survive.
Correct.
Was this wound immediately incapacitating?
Yes.
So, once suffering this wound, she would have just collapsed immediately.
Yes.
Correct. All right. And in D10, this is just an example showing that how this is an exit wound. Correct.
Correct.
All right. And you described that wound. What was the directionality of that, or the path of travel of that wound?
So again, referring to page 5 of my report, the direction, again, in standard anatomic position for her would be left to right, slightly back to front, and upward.
Okay. And on States Exhibit D1 on this chart, where is that particular wound demonstrated on here?
So underneath the L here, this is the entrance wound. So this is her left, and then it travels to the right, and then right underneath the R is the corresponding exit wound.
All right. So it almost travels directly across her head.
Correct.
Okay. Now, doctor, I may need some help with some of these other photographs that show these wounds, but as far as the entrance and exits, but I will start. Let me start with one that I'm pretty certain is. I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit D11. What are we looking at in this particular instance?
So we are looking at an entrance gunshot wound on the right side of her face. This wound has those characteristics of the close range firing I was talking about. The gunpowder stippling, so that's the tiny little red marks on her face. That's created from the unspent gunpowder, the unburnt gunpowder. And then there's a very fine gray mist to that. That's the soot.
So, doctor, based on that, would you say that this was a close range firing?
Yes.
Approximately how far a distance do you think the muzzle was from the face when she was shot here?
Sure. So you'd actually have to fire that exact same weapon with that same projectile to get the precise distance fire. But generally speaking, with handguns, soot only travels about 12 inches, up to 12 inches. And the gunpowder stippling, that can be a little bit farther, but since we have the soot here, it narrows that frame of distance down to around 12 inches.
So, doctor, would your opinion be that the muzzle or the gun was within 12 inches of her face at this point?
Yes.
All right. And states D12, does that also give you a more, can you help with the description of the actual soot and stippling?
Yes, so now this is a closer picture of what we can see, and I'm not sure if it's projecting very well for you, but there's a gray haze in and around some of these punctate abrasions. So this is the gunpowder stippling, the small punctate holes, and then the gray haze to it is the soot.
Now, did this wound have a corresponding exit wound?
It did.
Okay, so this was a, as you said, perforating. They all were, correct?
Yes, all 4 wounds were perforating.
All right. Where did this wound exit?
So the corresponding exit wound is on the back of her neck.
All right, I'm going to go to states D16. Does this demonstrate where that exit wound is?
Yes, the back of her neck, around that hairline, yes.
So it appears there may be 2 in this particular instance. Which one were you referring to?
We are looking at the wound just above the ruler.
Right, this one right here where my finger is pointing?
Correct.
Just above the ruler as you described?
Yes.
And that's the one that came, so describe to the jury then that cheek wound, where the path of travel was in relation to her head.
Sure. So it's going inside the right side of her face, entering through some facial bones, and then hits the very tip of her jawbone here. Enters through the back of the neck, hitting the vertebral artery, which is an important artery sending blood from heart up into the brain, and then exits out the back side of her neck at the hairline.
Okay, so if the muzzle then would most likely be in front of her face, so she would actually be able to view it.
Yes.
All right. Was this a fatal wound?
Yes.
Would it have been immediately fatal?
Yes.
And would it have been immediately incapacitating?
Yes.
And states D17, is that just a more close-up view of that exit wound that we've just discussed?
It is.
Was there another, so we've talked about two, we've talked about the one to the left forehead, and we talked about the one to the cheek. Was there another one?
There was a third one on the left side of the head, but just a little farther back of the head.
Okay, so I'm going to show you states D13. Is this in fact the entrance wound you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
All right. And describe for the jury this wound, its path of travel, where it entered, and kind of how it went through her body.
Sure. So I'm going to refer to my report starting on page 5. This is Roman numeral 2 within the report. So this entrance wound, like I said, is a little bit further back, but still on the left side of the head. Enters through the scalp, enters the skull, perforates the left parietal and right occipital lobes of the brain, the right cerebellar hemisphere. So this one's starting to go in a downward trajectory, so hitting brain, and then the cerebellum sits a little bit lower and hits at the right side of the occipital bone, so at the back of your head, just before you're getting to the neck region, and that's where it exits the head.
Okay. And so this was, again, a perforating wound.
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to show you, before, obviously in this photograph here in states D13, the head appears to be, the hair was shaved off, correct?
Yes.
Prior to shaving the hair, do you inspect the hair to see if there's any objects, anything of evidentiary value that you might find on the hair?
Yes.
Did you find something in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm showing you what's marked as States Exhibit D14. Do we see what you identified as potential evidence in this case?
Yes. So adjacent to the exit wound within her hair, there was a small fragment of projectile. We can see it in the photograph above the 1.5 mark on the centimeters here.
All right. Thank you. Now, going back to this wound, entrance wound D13, you said it had a corresponding exit wound. I'm going to show you what's marked as D15. Is this in fact the exit wound to that particular injury?
Yes, it is.
All right. And again, this is for the photograph, it's above the ruler and kind of in the top or upper part of her neck, right?
In the back of the head, yes.
Back of the head, yes. Okay. And again, this wound was immediately fatal, or was it?
Yes.
Okay. And would this wound have been immediately incapacitating?
Yes.
Could the 3 wounds to the head, were they all fatal wounds?
Yes, they were.
Okay. And were they all basically immediately incapacitating?
Yes, they were.
So the only wound that she could have actually survived and walked around and so forth was the one to her back?
Correct.
All right. Do you sometimes make note of identifying features in a person, especially for those that are come in that are unidentified?
Yes.
All right, I'm showing you what's marked as States Exhibit D19. Is this in fact an example of one of those situations?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and so this was a tattoo, correct?
Yes.
All right, and the reason for taking these pictures is also, besides just documenting the body and how you found it, but you can also use this later for identification?
Yes.
All right. Now, aside from these 4 gunshot wounds she had, you did indicate that you found some other injuries?
Yes.
What were those injuries?
So this is page 8 of the report. So there were blunt impact wounds. So those are things like bruises, scratches, what we call abrasions, lacerations, or cuts in the skin. In this case, she had 2 bruises, one on the right forearm, as we just actually saw in that photo with the tattoo. There was a small contusion or bruising above the R in the tattoo. The circular discoloration here as a bruise. She also had a faint green purple contusion or bruise to the left arm. And then she had some healing abrasions or scratches on her left ankle.
All right, and in D20, would this be the other bruising you're referring to?
Yes.
On the other arm? And the abrasions you're referring to, D18, is that kind of documenting that?
Yes.
All right, and those were healing though, correct?
Those are starting to heal, yes.
Yes, all right. So you don't know whether or not those, you can't say whether or not those are related at all to what happened at that time?
No, I cannot.
All right. Now, when you obtained these, was there any other fragments aside from the one we just talked about that was in the hair? Did you find another fragment as well?
There was an additional fragment
And
along one of the wound paths.
Where was that? It was along the wound path?
So the one we saw was associated, this one was in her hair as well. Both were kind of in and around those exit wounds and within the hair.
Okay. And what is done when you obtain those fragments? What do you do with them?
They're photographed as is, then removed from the hair, again photographed, and then placed in sealed evidence envelopes. And then I seal them with evidence tape, and then I sign over that to make sure that there's no contamination there. And then that is given into police custody for them to do all of their testing.
Okay, so like for instance, D21, would this be those things that you sealed up?
Yes.
All right. And then D22, that's the backside of that?
Yes.
All right. And you in fact put them in there yourself?
I collected them, and then I gave them to my technician for them to photograph and seal.
All right. And in D23, what are we looking at here?
That is one of the fragments removed from the hair.
All right. And then D24, is that basically the same fragment just turned around?
Yes, we take multiple sides of the fragment.
Then D25, is that the other fragment that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And then those are turned over to law enforcement and to do whatever they can do or want to do.
Correct.
Do you also take X-rays of the bodies before you start the autopsy, or when you're doing the autopsy?
Yes, before starting any of the autopsy, and then potentially with it during the autopsy as well.
Okay. And do you use those sometimes to help you locate particular fragments or anything like that?
Yes.
And in D26, is this an example of that X-ray that was done in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And then D27, this is, would this be her skull?
Yes, we're looking at a side profile of her skull.
Okay. And so if there had been any fragments within her skull, would this have shown through this X-ray?
Yes.
And based on this X-ray, does it show that there were none?
You actually see very faint of the fragments that were actually in her hair. Again, I can't projecting for you, but there's a very faint, small fragment here,
Yeah.
and then up here.
Okay. Yep.
Those are those fragments.
Yep. Okay. So that will diagram those particular fragments.
Yes.
So they were actually on the outside, not on the inside. They were just in the hair.
Correct.
So that's how they showed up on this.
Yes.
Okay. Doctor, after conducting your examination, what did you determine the cause and manner of death to be?
This is page 2 of my report. So the cause of death were gunshot wounds to head, perforating skull and brain.
In the manner?
The manner of death was homicide, shot by another person or persons by firearm arms.
Was there any other thing you noticed, any other contributing illnesses, anything else that could have caused her death?
No.
All right, was she basically healthy other than the the wounds that she suffered?
Yes, no natural diseases indicated at autopsy.
All right. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good morning, I'm sorry, it's
Oh,
still
it is
morning.
good morning. Morning.
It's still morning. All right, Dr. Perkins, I want to talk to you about those, what you mentioned, bruises on the right forearm and the left forearm.
Yes.
You mentioned that they potentially occurred at or around the time of the shooting based upon the color of the bruises.
No, I can't tell the exact timing. It's possible that they occurred around that time, though.
So it is possible, but you can't say when exactly those occurred.
Correct.
Okay. And using the color of bruising to determine the timing of it is not an exact science, is it?
No.
Okay, all right. And those bruises, those could have occurred simply just from someone falling to the ground.
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the gunshots, I think what you told Mr. Terry, I gave him an extra degree. What you told Mr. Terry is that you cannot tell the sequence of the gunshots.
Correct.
Meaning you cannot tell us which of the wounds occurred first.
Correct.
In your autopsy report, you number the wounds 1, 2, 3, 4, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
But those numbers have nothing to do with, again, the order in which they were sustained.
No, I simply do a top to bottom ordering of my wounds.
There's nothing about this case that can give you that determination of which wound occurred first.
No.
During your preliminary examination of the body, is it also customary that you and or technicians with the medical examiner's office will take certain swabs from the body?
Yes.
Does this include swabs from intimate areas such as from the vagina?
Yes.
And are these swabs then given to law enforcement so that they can send them for further testing?
Yes.
Do you also have access to the clothing of the decedent to inspect or to look at?
In this case, yes.
Okay. You mentioned when you were talking about close range gunshot wounds and stippling and soot that if there is sort of a barrier, such as clothing, that can prevent any sort of stippling on the skin, correct?
Yes.
However, if you have the clothing, you have the ability to inspect it to determine whether there's any sort of soot or any evidence of gunpowder on that clothing.
Yes, I'll do visual inspection, but any other further testing is done by law enforcement and crime scene.
Sure. And again, that clothing in this case was available to you.
Yes.
And was, when you were done inspecting it or doing whatever you needed to, provided to law enforcement.
Yes.
You mentioned a number of wounds, but in total, I think it's 4 gunshot wounds and 4 associated exits.
Yes.
3 of those gunshot wounds occur on the left side of the body.
Correct.
There is only 1 gunshot wound to the right side.
Correct.
And is that the gunshot wound to the cheek?
Yes.
Okay. And that is a wound that would have immediately incapacitated the victim.
Yes.
Meaning she would not have been able to move around after sustaining that wound to the right side of her body.
Correct.
When you were speaking with Mr. Terry about the wound to, I believe that either the left shoulder or the left back, do you recall what I'm referring to?
Yes.
He gave you an example, a position, and asked you, is it possible that the decedent could have been in a certain position? Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
You by no means can say that that is the position she was in.
Correct.
All we could do is, I can stand up here all day long and give you different scenarios, and you can tell me possible or not possible.
Yes, there are a number of positions.
But there is nothing about that wound, nothing about this case that you've reviewed that can give you the position of the decedent in any of these shots.
No.
All you could basically do is tell us where the muzzle of the gun was in relation to the decedent's body.
That's correct.
That wound associated with the left shoulder or towards the back of the left side of the body, you said you did not observe any gunpowder or soot or stippling.
No.
But again, that is an area that would have potentially been covered by the clothing of the decedent?
Yes.
And you had that to inspect?
Yes.
There was an associated exit wound with that gunshot wound, correct?
Yes.
And can you remind us again, where was that exit wound?
That was on the right side of her back.
You're able to follow the path that the projectile took through the body, correct?
Yes.
And so it's moving essentially from left side of the body to the right side.
Correct.
There is no projectile or no projectile fragments located within that path.
Not with that wound.
Okay, so that means the projectile would have exited the body of the decedent.
Yes.
And that wound that we're discussing, the one to the back, that is the only wound that would not have rendered the decedent immediately incapacitated.
Correct.
Mr. Terry asked you about a wound that had an exit, I think, to the back of the neck, correct?
Yes.
And that he asked you a question of whether the muzzle would have been right in front of the decedent's face.
Yes.
Okay. You cannot tell us whether or not the decedent was conscious at the time that she sustained that wound, can you?
No.
Okay. Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
That wound to the back, Dr. Perkins, is that the only wound that did not hit any sort of major arteries or other organs of the body?
No, it did not. It hit skin and some superficial muscles of the body.
So that would not have been, that's the only non-fatal wound?
Correct.
Okay. Just a moment, please. Let me make sure I've got everything. Okay, I don't have anything else. Thank you, Dr. Perkins.
Yes, sir. Doctor, that going back to that wound in the back part of the body.
Yes.
That wound travels almost the full length of her back through her body, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so when a projectile enters the body, does it often lose velocity?
Yes, it does.
In fact, don't you often find projectiles in the body themselves?
Yes.
Objection to leading.
Do you often find projectiles in the body themselves?
Yes, we have penetrating gunshot wounds, which are when the bullet does not exit the body.
So if a bullet goes into the body, the minute as it's traveling through the body, does it start to continue to lose velocity the farther into the body it goes?
Yes.
And in this instance, we have some projectiles that are recovered very near where the victim's body was recovered. If those projectiles had gone through the head, could it be possible that they were just dropped right there because they had lost all their velocity to go any farther?
That's possible.
Okay. And so, for instance, the one that goes through the back, as it comes out, could it have lost most of its velocity by the time it exits the back?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond this witness's scope.
Sustained.
Judge, she's an expert. I can ask her. Is it possible that it would have lost velocity by that?
Can we approach?
could describe that wound to the back, what area, what muscles it went through, how long, how, the length of the muscle that it went through, and what it had to go through before it exited the body?
Yes, so this wound, this is referring to page 7 of my report, enters on the left side of the back and perforates into the subcutis, so that's the tissue just deep to the skin, and goes through the left side into the right side of the, what we call the right scapular region of the back, so just above your shoulder blade, and that's where it exits the body. So it goes through the skin and the subcutis soft tissue, and then very superficially perforates some of the musculature in the back.
Some of the muscles that it goes through. Okay, and then it has to exit out the body through skin again.
Yes.
So it goes, the bullet enters through skin and has to exit through that same skin.
Yes.
All right. And again, is it, going back to that wound, that back wound, when we were discussing it, and and Ms. Dunker got up and said there's all sorts of unlimited possibilities, but the one I had suggested was if she is seated in the back seat of a vehicle and someone from the front seat turns around to shoot her, and she sees that and ducks down, would that be consistent or possible for that bullet to have entered and left and exited at that particular location?
That is possible.
All right, thanks. Nothing further, Judge.
And this one's be excused?
She may, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's a good time to take our lunch break, so I would ask that you be back at 1:15 for the recess.
All rise for the jurors.
Trace left the room, y'all may be seated. I want to talk about the sequestration issue.
Yes.
Because the lieutenant who needs to talk to, it's the holiday weekend, and they're struggling to have enough rooms on the same floor.
What holiday are you talking about?
Well, I mean, the holiday's coming up, so the hotels are booked, it's travel time, kids are out of school, people are down here filling out the hotels. So,
Judge, what I can tell
they
you.
just need to know whether you all are going to be waiting for the first one, and maybe not the second
What I
one,
can
or
tell
what.
the court now is that we've had that conversation
Yes, ma'am.
this morning. We do not intend to request sequestration as to deliberation on the first end of the guilt or innocence phase.
Okay, but
We do
definitely on the
intend-
second,
Yes.
okay.
If
That
we
gives
get
us-
there.
What's that?
If we get there.
If we get there, absolutely. That gives us a much clearer picture for
Yes.
law enforcement to arrange that.
I was just saying, the way we were kind of talking about it, if we were to get there, if we would like to instruct and let them out in the morning, you're talking an entire day, it's likely sequestration would potentially not even be needed in a penalty
So let
phase.
me ask you this question. So you all do your closings, and then we recess till the next day, and then I give instructions.
Exactly.
You can do that.
Yeah, because it doesn't have to be
That's a good way, that
unanimous,
gives
so.
us more time. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, very good. So we might be able to avoid the whole topic, but if necessary, I'm going to tell them at the
Not to worry about
appropriate
it.
time that they will have to
Yes.
bring them back just in case.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Johnson.
Yeah, so nothing right.
Right.
The state's okay with waiting as well, because they have to wait. John,
I'm sorry?
okay waiting? You have to wait too.
Oh, yeah, y'all waiting for the first part as well? Okay, thank you.
You just have to.
And, do you want me to call it for your client?
If you wish, but we spoke to him about it and he's okay with it.
All right, I'll take your information, so thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Your Honor, question.
Yes,
Are we
ma'am.
going to address the jail call after lunch or now?
I think that, I wanna hear the truncated version of it.
Okay. And then I did provide the court case law, and obviously if the defense wants the entire jail call, we can play it, but his certs come in, because the rest in the state's position would be considered in some ways self-serving. But the redacted copy goes to the heart of what the state seeks, which is 1 minute and 43 seconds
I
long.
wanna hear the redacted part.
Okay.
Making it clear the defense is not requesting any additional statements,
Understood.
just objecting.
And as pertaining to the case law, I filed a motion and I
I have all your cases, not worried about
Okay.
that, I'm worried about do we have a copy that I can listen to?
I have it. I do.
Okay.
Do you want to listen to it now?
Well, let's do that. Yeah, we'll do it now, it's only
Just
takes
a couple of minutes, you could probably just go over, I think the first minute and a half is just trying to get on the phone
Yes, sir.
What time do you say for us?
I get 20 minutes. 15. Tell TJ, I have no real good answer for him on his frustration, but we don't have to worry about it for a few days, a week, maybe.
Can't hear any sound. Do you know why I can't get sound? I can't get, there's no sound on this.
It's not projecting. Good.
Please hold.
Oh,
Please wait while your call is being connected. Please inform your friends and family. They can now leave you voice messages. They will need to know your
I just
9-digit phone
more?
ID.
Okay. Is that better? It's too loud?
Maybe a tad.
Okay.
Please hold. Hello, this is a prepaid call from an agent in Hillsborough County, Falkenberg Road, Detention Facility. To accept this call, press 0. To refuse this call, your current balance is $7.92. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tailwing. What's your name?
Ronny Walker. We don't come in with the 5 years, and I'm gonna jump on that shit, Angie. I'm gonna take that shit so fast, it's getting longer, it's got no weight. Like I said, everything, I got something, they're saying that the DNA is in my heart.
For English, press 1. For a correct, please.
That's it.
Can you
I think-
understand?
At the beep, repeat the phrase.
Do you understand?
With Global Tailwing, my voice is my password.
Okay, we'll play it again.
Turn it up when he starts talking.
When it starts talking.
Okay.
Please enter the area code and please hold.
Turn it up.
Please wait while your call is being connected. Please inform your friends and family. They can now leave you voice messages. They will need to know your 9-digit phone ID. Please hold. Hello, this is a prepaid call from an inmate at the Hillsborough County, Falkenberg Road Detention Facility. To accept this call, press 0. To refuse this call, your current balance is $7.92. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tailwing. What's your name?
Ronny Walker. We don't come in with the 5 years, and I'm gonna jump on that shit, Angie. I'm gonna take that shit so fast, it's getting longer, it's got no weight. Like I said, everything, I got something, they're saying that the DNA was in my heart.
For English, press 1. For
So I just,
See what you
so,
want fast.
so Your Honor, for the,
All right, I'll give him a ruling after lunch.
okay, and I did send the case law that you requested.
I have it all.
Okay.
Thank you. We're being recessed till 1:15. Come back a little 5 minutes early.
1:15?
1:15.
Court stands in recess to 1:15.
Who? Estrada?
Yeah.
Oh, oh, yeah.
We were at baseball safety and baseball bourbon in cigars.
Well, okay, I was there. I met you there. Yes, I did. It's one of my favorite events of the year.
we should be breaking after, well, we got Wheeling and Charge conferences and jump calls.
If you want to have Burns Uber Eats over,
Burns, Uber
I'll
Eats?
take lobster mac and cheese.
Oh, okay.
If we are done and don't have to come back for a second phase, I will buy lobster mac and cheese.
Nobody wants anything. All right.
No, thank you.
Watch your phones, cause I'm gonna miss somebody.
I will. I'm waiting on Jill.
Corey, can I get you anything?
No, ma'am, thank you. Jen's dogging my brisket bonbons. I got.
That's just unusual for you.
It's 'cause I don't have any food and it's Friday, so I get to splurge.
Oh, Friday.
she say it's still streaming? She said, Jennifer said it's still.
Yeah, the audio is still on.
Huh, but there's no disc. How is that possible?
No, the news, so like the live feed is still, yeah. No, not that audio.
All right.
date of like, I think May 13th, I do not have any interviews
Okay,
for that
let's
date.
talk to him to
Let's
clear
do that,
up.
yeah. But when I told him, because I think he got confused on the date, and so I said, I do have one from the 19th, and here's what I have.
Okay.
And then he provided what he did this morning, which is the same one that I sent to him.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
yeah, I think
So
that
let's
it's the
figure
same
that
interview.
out. Okay.
Yeah, we'll talk to him before.
Because I think I didn't quite understand. So. All right.
So, what's the defense's argument to the 403?
Judge, it's the same argument, right? So the value of that call is very minimal, right? Again, talking about if they throw 5 years at me or if they give me 5 years, whatever he says, then I would take that, right? That is not a serious indication of any kind of consciousness of guilt. And I think that for the jury to hear, you know, him joking with this woman and for them to hear like he would take 5 years, I don't want them improperly interpreting that call to indicate that like he thinks this is all a joke or a laughing matter or not serious.
All right, I didn't see it that way. I found, and I think the probative value in this case would be moderate at best, but that its presidential value would be low. And I make that finding on the fact that he is indicating he would take a plea and that he was concerned that there was DNA found in his car. So I'm going to allow it. I'm also going to read the edited video or audio instruction before we play it.
Understood.
All right, thank you.
Do you want to look at the DMV? Do you want
yes,
to discuss?
Oh, and Judge, my error, I forgot to ask Dr. Perkins a question on cross-examination. I have her outside. The state is going to be kind enough to allow me to call her out of order very quickly to ask her about 2 questions, if that's okay with the board.
That's fine.
I'm sorry about that, Your Honor.
No, it's all right. We just start off with her.
Okay, yeah. All right. No, we're gonna leave it as this. Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, any other matters we need to discuss?
Okay, good.
Nothing additional, Judge.
All right, we can bring the jury in and we'll let
Thank you.
defense call the doctor.
All rise for the jurors.
Jury's back, everyone may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We all will follow the court's instructions, no issues, nobody talk to you, you don't talk to anyone about the case, no news, no stories, internet, YouTube, things like that. No smoke signals, so we're all good. So, maybe something out of order here real quick. I'm gonna let the defense call the witness, just because it's the timing factor with the witness, so that's why the state and the defense have agreed to call someone out of order, which is fine.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense would call Dr. Ashley Perkins. Thank you. Judge, will the court just instruct the witness that she is still under oath?
You are still there, okay, thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Dr. Perkins, during your examination of Nilexia Alexander, did you also do some testing for sexually transmitted diseases?
Yes.
And did you find any sexually transmitted diseases that Miss Alexander had?
So the laboratory tested for chlamydia and Neisseria gonorrhea, and both of those came back negative.
Okay. I have nothing else. Thank you.
Any cross? No, zero. I mean, that could be released again.
Yes, for Vince.
Thank you.
All right, State, you may call your next witness now.
Your Honor, this time the state would call Detective Jacob Whelan.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Counselor, whenever you do.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Jacob, J-A-C-O-B, Whelan, W-I-E-L-A-N-D.
Okay. And sir, where do you work?
The City of Tampa Police Department
How long have you worked for Tampa Police Department?
since December 2011.
And what does your job entail?
I'm currently a homicide detective assigned to our homicide unit.
And as a homicide detective, what are some of your duties?
The obvious one being that we are responsible for investigating homicides that occur within the city limits of Tampa. The other collateral duties that we have are we're assigned unexplained deaths throughout the city as well, and suicides.
Okay. Well, sir, I'd like to turn your attention to May the 6th of 2022. Were you a homicide detective back then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On May the 6th of 2022, did you respond to a particular location here in Hillsborough County?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Where did you respond to?
To the intersection of Florabraska Avenue and Highland.
And why did you respond to that location?
I was contacted by my sergeant and informed that a homicide had occurred in that area and that I would be acting as the lead detective.
And are there specific assignments in the homicide unit at Tampa Police Department?
There are, yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what those assignments are?
Yes, typically for a normal homicide, we'll send out multiple detectives. The assignments that are given out are one going to be the lead, which I was in this case. You're going to have a secondary detective who's assigned to me throughout the initial investigation. That was Detective Nikki Sackrider for this investigation. And then you're going to have a scene detective who's going to, in this case, was Detective Aaron Campbell.
Okay. And so you as lead, what are your responsibilities?
We are kind of what you'd picture the TV detective is. So we're kind of overseeing the entire investigation, kind of the quarterback of the case.
Okay. And what does your assist, Nikki Sackrider, what is her responsibility?
She's pretty much my shadow. She's with me for the course of the investigation. There'll be some things that she may do outside of that, but for the majority of the time, she's with me.
Okay. And how about a scene detective? What does a scene detective do?
They are responsible for the overall scene. In this case, there was only one that we had to go to. While the lead and the second are doing interviews, potentially looking for other things, the scene detective's responsibility is to document, collect evidence, and oversee the crime scene tech who's collecting it.
Okay. All right, so now you arrive on the scene on May the 6th of 2022. About what time did you get there?
I got there approximately 05:26 hours.
And for our purposes, is that 5:26 a.m.?
That's correct.
And upon arriving, what did you observe?
It's a residential neighborhood. It's quiet. There is an intersection there where Florabraska is running east to west. And Florabraska is a dead end as you travel eastbound down that street.
Okay. All right, when you arrived on scene, was the deceased still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were other people there as well?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was the scene already, was crime scene tape already up?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what's the purpose of that?
That's to create a perimeter around your actual crime scene to stop any contamination of the actual scene itself, to keep anybody from coming in and out that shouldn't be in the scene.
Okay. So you went under the crime scene tape, you reviewed the body and the circumstances, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you briefed by anyone upon arriving on scene?
I was.
Who were you briefed by?
My Sergeant Mike Lippold.
Okay, and is that customary? You get information as much as you can, and then you start your investigation.
That's correct, because they are the initial point of contact for a homicide. The sergeant gets the phone call, and then he divvies it out to the detectives that are be going to the actual scene and taking over the investigation.
Okay. Now, so is it your understanding then that this call came in, or this matter was reported via a 911 call?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you happen to know when that 911 call was made?
Yes, ma'am. If I can use my report to...
Your Honor, may he use his report to refresh his memory?
Yes.
Okay.
At approximately 03:58 hours, we received that 911 call.
So 3:58 a.m. you received the 911 call.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
And when you arrived on scene, were the 911 callers present?
They were, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you interview them?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was the interview recorded?
It was.
And under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
And who were the two 911 callers in this case?
Terry Maddox and Eric Walker.
Okay. When you spoke to them, did they provide you with information willingly, or did you have to go find them at another location?
No, ma'am, they were willing.
Okay. And what were the demeanors of them as you interviewed them and spoke with them?
There was no note like one way or the other. Obviously, they just found this girl in the field deceased, but they were cooperative. They answered all our questions coherently. They completely understood what we were asking them.
Okay. Now, as you arrived on the scene, what's the first thing that you're thinking you need to do?
That's a trick question. So it kind of depends on what the scene is.
Okay, for this scene.
For this scene, the first thing that we did was interview those 911 callers.
Okay.
Typically, that's what we'll do is we'll try to see what witnesses we have on scene with the thought process of we don't want to keep them there for extended periods of time while we do other things. So in this case, we interviewed the 911 callers first, and then began to look for other witnesses and video.
Now, at some point, did you come in contact with Alan Wallace?
I did, yes, ma'am.
When did you come in contact with him?
Shortly after the interviews with the 911 callers.
So he was still on scene
Yes, ma'am.
and willing to provide you with information?
That is correct.
Did you record his interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it sworn to?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find his information to have evidentiary value?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And moving forward in your investigation, did you keep the interview you had with him in mind as you continue to investigate the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you do a neighborhood survey in this case?
We did, yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what a neighborhood survey is?
Absolutely. So, with modern times, there's a lot of video surveillance that is out there on home residents. So we are beginning a search around the crime scene, up and down the thoroughfares, looking for video, looking for witnesses, looking for anything that could be useful during the investigation.
Okay. And you did that in this case?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. In looking for video, was it just you, or were other Tampa police officers also looking for video?
Detective Sakurai was with me, and then also, prior to arriving, an officer, Ziegler, had located a residence with video that we ended up receiving.
Okay. So to be clear, when you're looking for video, you're not just looking for video from establishments. You're also looking for video from people who live in that area who might have Ring cameras and such. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you did that in this particular case?
That's correct.
You mentioned that Officer Ziegler had found video.
Correct.
Okay. And what was the location of the video?
Yes. To use my report, I'll give you the exact address.
It will be used to refresh your memory, yes.
Yep. It's 2905 North Highland Avenue.
Okay. And did you review that video at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the significance of that video?
It doesn't visually capture anything. However, the video does have audio, and at 3:08 hours on the video, you hear gunshots.
Okay, so now based on this video, are you able to determine the time of the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any reason to believe that there were multiple gunshots on this day around the time of this murder?
No, ma'am.
That there was just one specific incident, is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so now you determined that this would have been at 3:08. Did you or other Tampa police officers make sure that the time that was noted and depicted on the video from 2905 North Highland Avenue was actually correct?
Yes, ma'am. Officer Ziegler did.
And in your experience as a homicide detective and just working at Tampa Police Department, do you come upon situations where sometimes you obtain a video, but the time frame on the video is inaccurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so is it part of your responsibility and others who collect video to document any time frame that might be off?
That's correct.
Was that done in this case throughout?
Yes, ma'am.
But in this particular case, as it pertains to 2905 North Highland Avenue, was this time deemed to be correct?
Yes, ma'am, by Officer Ziegler.
Okay. Now, in your conversations with Alan Wallace, did he also give you a time frame in which he heard gunshots?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on that, did you need to determine if that time was consistent with the audio from 2905 North Highland?
Did I need to?
Did you determine that they were consistent?
They were, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, so can we assume from this investigation that the 2905 North Highland Avenue video was one that was found quickly?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, moving on forward, what was it that you did after you interviewed Alan Wallace?
We went to a residence of 3000 North Highland. There's obvious cameras on the actual residents themselves, and made contact with them in attempts to get that video.
And the 3005 North Highland video, was that at all relevant to this case?
3000 Highlands, where we went after the interview with Mr.
Okay.
Wallace.
So the 3000 North Highland, was that relevant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, why did you deem that one to be relevant?
The residence sits at the intersection where the homicide occurred, and it had video pointing towards the actual intersection. And at the time, we don't know if it's recording, but we do observe video that is pointing in the direction that we're interested in. So that's why we made contact with them. Ultimately, it does yield video of the actual intersection in towards the scene.
Okay. And so you were able to collect it, is that correct?
Yes.
You and other officers?
Correct, yes. We used HSO, Video Forensic Tech, to collect the video, yes, ma'am.
And that would have been Mark Montano, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And upon collecting it, did you also check to see if the time frame on the video was inaccurate?
We did. That was done through Forensic Tech Mark Montano, who provided
Okay.
that information to me, but yes, it was checked.
Okay. And so now, upon getting the video from 3000 North Highland Avenue and the video from 2905 North Highland Avenue, do you now have audio and video depicting anything of evidentiary value?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. In reviewing these videos, what did you determine to be of evidentiary value?
There is a vehicle that matched the description provided by witness Mr. Wallace. Is a sedan that pulls onto the street. Ultimately, it goes and turns around, comes back, stops where the body was located. Its headlights are turned off. Shortly after the gunshots, the vehicle then pulls away with its headlights off, and then makes a northbound turn.
So have you reviewed that video from 3000 North Highland Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
And in watching the video turn around, would you say you've watched it multiple times?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, was it significant at all, if there's any information there, as it pertains to where the body was found and the driver, whether it would have been on the driver's side of the vehicle as it turned around, or the front passenger? Did you make that determination?
Yes, you can see that in the video. The victim would have been found on the driver's side of the vehicle after it's turned around.
Okay. And was that significant to you as you moved forward in this investigation?
Objection to improper testimony. Irrelevant.
Approach.
Thank you. Now, as you continue this investigation, was it significant to you to determine whether or not this body was found on the driver's side or the passenger side of this vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And moving forward, was another issue that you had to determine was the identity of the victim?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what did you go about doing to determine the identity of the deceased?
We ultimately had to do a release of a tattoo that was on the victim to the news in attempts to have her identified.
Okay. And upon releasing the photograph of the tattoo, and for the record, what was that tattoo?
It was a name Arthur with a heart above it.
Okay. And after you released it to the general public, did you receive a phone call or follow-up?
Yes, City Tampa Police Department did receive a phone call regards to that, and then I was informed of that phone call.
Okay. And at some point, based on the phone call, did you come in contact with Ashley Alexander?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you determine her relationship with the deceased?
The mother.
Okay. Did Miss Alexander provide you any information of significance?
She did.
Okay.
She provided insight.
Objection to hearsay.
Sustained.
Did you become aware through her of any social media or information associated with Miss Alexander, with the deceased?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you follow up during your investigation with such information that you received?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, as you move forward and continue in this investigation, was it important to you to also speak to people that had any attachment with the deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now at this point, when you come in contact with Ashley Alexander, you now know the name and the identity of the deceased. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
So based on having learned this information, what's your next move?
Well, specifically to the speaking to,
Let me ask you this way. Did you speak to Jayla Green on the same day?
yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And how did you determine Jayla Green was even related or involved in this case?
She was present when we made the notification, and I was informed that she was the cousin. The belief that she was involved was believed that she was a similar age to our victim.
Okay. Now, you said you made the notification. What do you mean by that?
To inform Miss Alexander that her daughter was indeed the victim.
Okay. All right. And that's something that you, as a homicide detective, you have to do that, correct? You have to try to make efforts to meet next of kin and do a face-to-face notification, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then at some point, within that same time frame, you became aware of Jayla Green.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you interview her?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And based on your contact with Jayla Green, did you learn information that became of evidentiary value to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection invades the province of the jury and relevance.
Overruled.
You may answer the question.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. What did you learn about Nilexia Alexander as it pertains to a phone?
That she did have a phone. Jayla did not know the number for it. However, she was aware that Nilexia had called the police from that phone.
Okay. And so now that you know this, is there a way for you to go back in time during your investigation and find out whether there were in fact any 911 calls associated with Nilexia Alexander?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you in fact do that?
We did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you find that the information that Jayla Green gave you materialized in an actual 911 call that predated the day of the murder?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able to listen to the 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Tampa Police Department able to obtain a phone number in association with that 911 call?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the phone number that you learned that Nilexia Alexander used to make that 911 call?
Yes, if I could refresh my recollection for the report.
Yes.
Yes.
The phone number that she called from was 813-447-6234.
Okay. And is that a number that you had received at any point from Ashley Alexander?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What was the date of that 911 call?
April 23rd, 2022.
Now, in investigating this case, did you ultimately obtain the phone records and phone information as it pertains to 813-447-6234?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How did you go about obtaining information for this phone?
Through a search warrant to the cell phone provider.
Okay. So you and or other TPD detectives, in fact, took the time, drafted a search warrant, and it was executed appropriately?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what did you learn from the phone as it pertains to the subscriber information?
For the subscriber information, it was registered to somebody by the first name of Robert.
Was it Robert or Daniel?
I'm sorry, Daniel.
Okay. And, did you learn anything about this person, Daniel Tullerod?
Close enough, yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Did you attempt to look for this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And recently, did you actually find him?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you determine that finding him yielded anything significant to your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So on May the 6th, beyond these specific things that we discussed, did you do additional information that yielded information that helped you move forward this investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So moving on, because you continue to work on this case, correct, after May the 6th?
Correct.
Moving on to May the 7th, based on the information you learned about Nilexia Alexander's social media information, what, if anything, did you do?
Yes, ma'am. I submitted a letter of preservation to Facebook for a social media account that was provided by her mother.
Okay. And have you reviewed such information?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find anything in her social media that moved this investigation forward?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Moving on, that same day, did you seek to learn locations in which you might be able to have found Nilexia Alexander prior to her death?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
What did you do as it pertains to that?
We had received phone calls that friends of the family had potential information on her whereabouts.
Effect on the listener, Your Honor? That's the only purpose. No truth of the matter asserted. In terms of locations.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
What's the effect it has on the listener?
Okay, so based on the information you learned from individuals, did you go to specific locations in an attempt to locate the victim? Oh, the whereabouts of the victim prior to her murder?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay, where are some of the locations you went to?
12 East 27th Avenue.
Okay. What, if anything, did you learn from going to that location?
Nothing.
Okay. Moving on, did you go to another location?
We did.
What was that location?
That one is 3204 22nd apartment B.
And did you find anything of evidentiary value from that?
No, ma'am.
Did you go to another location?
I believe so, yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
1903 East 26.
Did you learn anything from any video footage or any information from that location?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and did you continue to move forward trying to find locations that the victim hung out at?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find anything of relevance as it pertains to that on May the 7th?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ultimately, though, were you still looking for video footage, anything that might have evidentiary value in association with this case?
That's correct.
And in that, to that end, did you in fact find video from the location of 3001 North Florida Avenue?
3001 North Florida?
North Florida Avenue. Matcon Construction?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you collect video from that location?
We did.
Was it of any evidentiary value?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did that conclude, in terms of evidence that might have moved forward the investigation, did that include what you were able to accomplish on May the 7th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you continue to work on this case on May the 8th of 2022?
We did.
And what was your goal that day as it pertains to this investigation?
Again, to follow up with some of the addresses that was provided by that interview from the day prior. We had knocked on some doors and hadn't had contact with anyone, so we're attempting to make contact with anyone around those addresses.
Okay. And did you learn anything of evidentiary value?
No, ma'am.
Okay. May the 9th, 2022. Did you obtain anything that had evidentiary value?
We did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you specifically locate video from 112 East Plymouth Street in Hillsborough County?
We did, but we also received video prior to that as well.
Okay. What other video did you receive?
From 3016 North Florida Avenue, the Body Parts of America.
Okay. And did you find that video to have evidentiary value?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect it?
Yes, ma'am.
What of evidentiary value did you find on the first video that you've indicated that had evidentiary value?
It showed a vehicle with the same characteristics as the one observed at 3000 North Highland, traveling by the business and then cutting through a alleyway prior to reaching Florida Avenue.
Okay. Now, personally, are you familiar with Ford Fusions?
Fusion, yes, ma'am.
Why are you familiar with it?
I've been driving one for the police department since, 2019.
Okay. So are you generally experienced in the make and model of this particular vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And even upon looking at the video at 3000 North Highland, could you personally make the determination of the make and model of this vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so now, one of the goals for you, was it to track this particular vehicle that you saw in the video footage from 3000 North Highland to determine the locations that that video and that vehicle might have gone?
100%, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did that take up a lot of time during this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And as I speak to that, about how many videos would you say you collected for the case file for this case?
I would say approximately 45 locations.
And were all 45 relevant to this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay, but in the abundance of caution, when you're looking through and making determinations, you're collecting them, downloading them, and including them in the case file.
Yes, ma'am.
And is it your responsibility to look and review all these videos?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
About how long will you say it took for you to find these 45 videos and review them and download them?
A long time. Approximately 2 to 3 weeks we were working on it.
Okay. All right. Besides the videos you've mentioned on May the 9th of 2022, did you download any other videos that you determined to have evidentiary value to this case on May the 9th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Tell us about that, please.
For May the 9th, the residents of 112 East Plymouth.
Okay. All right. And why was that video significant?
That is the opposite end of the alleyway, where the Body Parts of America captures the vehicle turning into the alleyway. Directly to the opposite end of that is this residence that captures that vehicle coming out of the alleyway.
Okay. And did you go to that particular location and review the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get permission to download the video?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Did you download that video?
I did.
Okay. And have you provided that video to the state and the defense in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you reviewed it to determine that it's an accurate depiction of the location around the location of 112 East Plymouth?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State Exhibit 10.
No objection, Your Honor.
States 10 to be admitted.
Thank you. Now, ultimately, did you have we discussed completely the video footage from May the 9th that had relevance to your investigation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry, have we?
No,
okay,
we have.
What are the other videos?
The other location is going to be Graham's Place. It's a hostel in that residential neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
It's with the address of 1309 North Ola Avenue.
Why was that video important to your investigation?
It actually captures the ingress and egress of the suspect vehicle.
Okay. And you reviewed that video.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go to that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you collect that video?
I did, yes, ma'am.
In proximity, how close is that location to the crime scene?
Just several blocks.
And for the rest of us who, what are we talking about in terms of maybe miles?
0.1 mile.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you determine the time frame on that video?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And was there any time difference?
There was.
Okay, what was the time difference associated with that video?
It was just 1 minute and like 16 seconds slow.
Okay, and I failed to ask you this. Did you determine whether or not the time frame at the 112 East Plymouth Street video was in fact correct?
It was not.
It was not. What was the time frame difference?
11 minutes and 3 seconds slow.
Okay, and this is something that you always have to check. Is that correct?
Every time, yes, ma'am.
Do you personally know why there might be a time offset on some of these videos?
Yes and no. I mean, there's going to be a lot of factors that play into it. Sometimes it's just simple as daylight savings time. The device doesn't account for it. Other times, when they set the device time, it could be a watch off, or they could set this DVR years ago and then it slowly just not keeping accurate time.
Okay. And so how do you go about determining the correct time that is being depicted?
I use a government website. The government website that I use is time.gov.
Okay. All right. And you did that in the cases, in the two videos that we've discussed.
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Were there any other videos from that day that you found and downloaded?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you do any other investigation that yielded results on May the 9th that we have not discussed?
No, ma'am.
Moving on, were you still working on this case on May the 10th of 2022?
I was, yes, ma'am.
What was the bulk of your investigative actions that day?
Yes. Again, still searching for a lot of video.
Mm-hmm. But ultimately, did you obtain any videos that had any evidentiary value on May the 10th?
No, ma'am. And the bulk of that, and pretty much 100% of it, is just searching for continued video in that area.
All right. And that's customary, is that correct? In cases like this where you're trying to track evidence?
Correct. In cases like this where we have a vehicle that we're trying to track, that is customary, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Moving on to May the 11th, did you continue to look for video?
We did.
Okay. Did you find video that had evidentiary value?
No, ma'am.
Did you find video from the Radiant Church that day, or?
We did make contact with them. Ultimately, we received the video the following day.
Okay, but it did, in fact, have evidentiary value. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And did Mark Montano go to that location and download that video?
He did, yes, ma'am.
And were you able to review the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was significant that you noted as it pertains to this investigation?
Objection, improper question.
Sustained form of question.
Okay. Did you review the video?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What, if anything, did you note?
A vehicle, again, matching the suspect vehicle traveling past the church.
Okay. On May the 12th is the day that that you actually obtained the Radiant Church video. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
And on that same day, did you come in contact with a person named Carol Brown?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Why did you meet with Carol Brown?
We were now tracking the vehicle. We kind of had the direction it was traveling. That was kind of the next leapfrog into where we were looking for the vehicle.
And did you have an opportunity to look at the, did she have any video that might have captured anything that you would want to have reviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you actually review the video with her consent?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able at some point to collect that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to determine that the time frame on that video was correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And why did you collect this video?
Again, it captures a vehicle matching the suspect vehicle traveling past her residence.
Okay. And can you give us an idea of how far this location is? This 716 West, and how do you pronounce that address? Is it
Adderley?
Adderley?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you find that to be close in proximity to the Florida, Nebraska, and North Highland location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How close?
Approximately 0.25 miles now.
Okay. All right. Was there any other investigative leads that you were able to make on May the 12th that we have not discussed?
No, ma'am.
Moving on to May the 13th, were you still working on this case on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point that day or thereabouts, did you obtain information for the for the phone number that you had now associated with Nilexia Alexander?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Okay. Did you review it?
I did.
What, if anything significant, did you learn about that information?
We reviewed the time advanced for the records, and we noted that prior to the homicide, it obviously moves into the area of the homicide, and then after the homicide, it leaves the area of the homicide and travels away from the scene.
Okay, tell us what timing advance means.
It's records from T-Mobile. They have a system that kind of collects the distance from a user from the cell site, and we're able to use that to geographically put a device in the area from the data.
And did you do that personally?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you go about doing that?
We have a system referred to as CellHawk that we're able to put the data into, and all that does is just take the raw data that we have on a spreadsheet and then puts it into a visual form that's easier to review.
Okay. And then when you put this information in CellHawk, what is it that it spits out? What is it that you see?
You're going to see your data on the left-hand side, so you'll have a user-friendly version of it on your left-hand side, and then ultimately you will have a function where you can map the locations that the data is providing.
Okay. And so how do you see it? Is it sort of like a moving video showing us the movement of the phone or the device, or is it just a map?
That's one feature you can use. So the answer to that is both.
Okay.
So you have an option where you can click on the data, and every single point that is in that file will come up. A lot of times when you have these massive files, it just turns into a big blob on the screen. Your second option is you can make it animated, and you can have a movie map, and you can track through the time of the data, and then it will pinpoint it on the map as it goes through the time.
Okay, and you did that in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are there, and you're well versed in using the CellHawk
Correct, yes,
system?
ma'am.
Okay. And is Sergeant Van Heist another individual that works with Tampa Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And does he do that even more so than perhaps yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and has he testified, to your knowledge, if you know, as an expert in phone mapping evidence and information?
He has, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So ultimately, even after you reviewed this information, did you then provide the information to Sergeant Van Heist to put together the entire information?
Correct.
Okay. And is that customary in cases such as this?
100%, especially with his expertise on it.
Okay. All right. So now I think you indicated that you learned movement information as it pertains to the device that you had associated with Nilexia Alexander.
Correct.
Does that mean that from what you learned, that Nilexia Alexander was indeed in possession of that phone from the evidence you learned on May the 6th of 2022?
Objection to speculation and in her opinion invading the province of the jury.
Well, if he knows, I'm allowed to answer it.
You can answer.
Overrule the objection.
Thank you. You can answer the question.
Can you repeat the question?
So based on the records that you received, did you determine that it was consistent with Nilexia Alexander being in possession of the phone that you had obtained a search warrant for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so to that end, what is it that you learned from the timing advance records and your CellHawk review?
That after her homicide, that the phone does continue to travel away from the scene and then travel to other areas of the city.
Okay. And are you able to review information from those records from prior to the homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And moving forward in this investigation, okay. Anyway, based on the travel pattern that you learned from this timing advance information, what, if anything, did you do?
Yes, one of the things I noted very quickly was that the phone is geographically in the area of downtown Tampa on the date of the homicide, much later in the day. So she's killed at approximately 03:08 hours in the morning. And then at approximately 15:12 hours, that'd be 3:12 p.m., the phone is geographically in the area of downtown Tampa.
Okay. And so when you know this, or when you learn this information, what if anything, did you do?
We have City of Tampa cameras that are downtown. I accessed those cameras and began to look through the traffic in that area.
Okay. And upon reviewing that, what, if anything, did you learn?
At the intersection of Ashley and Tyler, at the approximate time where the device is geographically in the area, I located a Ford Fusion that matched the description and characteristics of the suspect vehicle from other surveillance video.
Okay. And did you request that that video be provided?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And since this was City of Tampa video system, do you know if those videos are made and kept in the regular course of business.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is there a detective that is a business record custodian that would have been able to download and provide a business record certificate for that video?
Mhm, yes, ma'am.
And would that have been the case with all Tampa police videos in the city?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you in fact get a business record certificate for all these videos that you obtained from the city of Tampa?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also check, you or someone else check to see if the time frame on those videos were correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those time frames correct?
They are, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, did you also, I think you mentioned that you were able to pull video from Ashley and Tyler. Did you say that, or?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you indicated that that had evidentiary value?
It did, yes, ma'am.
What about Ashley and Polk?
Yes.
Okay. And based on this information you learned, do you continue to look for video?
That's correct.
Where do you go to next?
The travels geographically into the area of Tampa General Hospital. Based on that, we responded to Tampa General Hospital to pull video as well.
Okay. So, does the city of Tampa have video systems at Tampa General Hospital?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But to your knowledge, or did you determine that Tampa General Hospital has its own video systems?
That's correct.
Okay. And did you make contact? So what did you do now that you learned that there might be videos for Tampa General Hospital?
Yeah, we went there, made contact, we being myself and Detective Sackrider, and made contact with security to access video from on site.
Okay. And did you, were you able to review video that day?
We were.
Were you able to review video just of movement of the car in question, or did you also receive or learn information on the tag of the vehicle?
We also received information for the tag.
And is that from Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you able to download those videos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, what, if anything, did you learn having reviewed the videos from Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, ma'am. So we observe the vehicle pull into the roundabout there. A gentleman gets out of the vehicle and goes into the back seat. A female who appears to be an employee from Tampa General then walks over and gets into the vehicle itself, and then the vehicle leaves. The Tampa General Hospital has a camera that's near the exit that captures tags as vehicles leave the property.
Okay. And so now at this point, do you now have a tag associated with the vehicle that you've been tracking?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what's the tag information for that video, for that vehicle?
I'm going to use my report to reflect my recollection.
Yes.
It's going to be Florida tag BRJ4U.
Okay. And at this point, do you have the ability to determine who the registered owner is for that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you determine that person to be?
Ronny Walker.
Okay. Showing you what has been pre-marked as State Exhibit 38 is this information that you would have reviewed and obtained due to your investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State Exhibit 38.
Objection.
And then the state's 38.
Okay. And so you indicated that you then now know who the registered owner of this Ford Fusion
Yes, ma'am. Ford Fusion.
is. Who did you determine that to be?
Ronny Walker.
Okay. Was there anything significant about your review of this vehicle, seeing the video, that became relevant to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, invading the province of the jury, improper question.
You may answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What, if anything?
The license plate, the video was such good quality of the license plate. There was also, beyond seeing the Florida tag, there was a surround that surrounded the license plate that belonged to a used car lot referred to as Giant Motors.
Okay. So now that you know that around the tag referred to Giant Motors, what, if anything, did you do with that information?
At that time, nothing.
Okay.
We began to look for the vehicle at the registered owner's address on file.
Okay. And what address did you have on file?
3424 North 52nd Street.
Okay. And that's in Hillsborough County, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you go to that location?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you find him that day at that location?
We did not see a vehicle there, no, ma'am.
Okay. So then what do you do?
From experience in other cases, used car lots a lot of times will have GPS trackers on their vehicles. Knowing that it was from Giant Motor, we assumed that that's where the vehicle was purchased. We responded to Giant Motors with the idea of we were going to speak to the owners or the employees there to see if this used car had a GPS tracker on it, as a lot of the used car lots do. However, that changed when we came in contact with a vehicle there at the actual car lot.
Okay. So you go to that location, and is this on May the 13th of 2022?
That is correct.
Okay. About what time would you say you got there?
It was going to be later in the day. I would say probably around 4 or 5 o'clock.
Okay. And who, if anyone, did you meet that day?
Ultimately, we came in contact with Mr. Walker there.
Okay. And was the vehicle there as well?
It was, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what, if anything, did you do when you saw the vehicle?
Initially, when we first saw it, we had already formulated a plan that we were going to take it and seize it for the investigation as far as to author a search warrant on it. I contacted patrol units and a plainclothes unit in the area to come help us assist with that. We then went to the car lot where we made contact with Mr. Walker. Ultimately, we had the vehicle sealed and taken to our police impound lot.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Ronny Walker here today?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you identify him by an article of clothing?
Yep, he's the gentleman right there wearing the glasses and the dark gray black shirt.
Okay.
Suit.
May the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
It will reflect the identification.
And on May the 13th of 2022, when you came in contact with the defendant, did he have on glasses?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So when you ultimately, when you went to this location, Giant Motors, did you check to see if they did have a tracking device on the vehicle or Burla or anything like that?
Those are two separate things. Burla
Okay.
is going to be the
Download.
Correct, yes, ma'am. They did not have a third-party tracking device on the vehicle.
Okay. And you confirmed that. Is that correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
All right. When you came in contact with Ronny Walker at that location, did you see to it that he was photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you note any injury on him?
There was a small injury that was explained as a burn.
Okay. But there was an injury?
Correct.
Okay. And was that injury photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was Mr. Walker photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
While at the scene, did you and other TPD personnel obtain a buccal swab for Mr. Walker that day?
We did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you tell Mr. Walker the reason why you were making contact with him and taking his vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, follow protocol as you seized the Ford?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you go about taking custody of that vehicle?
We contacted Crime Scene Tech to respond out to Giant Motors. Once there, they sealed the points of the vehicle with evidence seals. It was then impounded and followed by an officer to our impound lot pending a search warrant.
What's the purpose of you seeing to it that an officer follows the vehicle as it goes to your impound lot?
To make sure that while in transit, there's nothing that could disturb the vehicle, or we have at least somebody that can document anything that may happen to the vehicle in transit.
Okay. So what's your reason for doing that, though?
To maintain the evidence.
Okay. To maintain the integrity of the investigation as well?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Now, while you are in contact with Mr. Walker, did you discuss that video at Tampa General Hospital that you reviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on the fact that you watched the video and you saw an individual get out of the vehicle, was it part of your investigative and an investigative necessity to determine who that person was that came out of the front passenger seat?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you ask Mr. Walker the identity of the person that came out of the front passenger seat at Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it that Mr. Walker told you?
That it was a person by the name of Day Day.
Okay. And during your investigation of this case, did you determine the name, the legal name for Day Day?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that name?
David White.
Okay. Did you come in contact with David White at some point?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And personal knowledge is what I'm asking you. Were you able to have a good look at his build, his gait, his size?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it match what you were seeing as it pertains to the individual that came out of the front passenger seat at Tampa General Hospital?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ultimately at some point come in contact with the individual that came out of the front passenger seat of that Ford?
Yes, ma'am.
And who did you determine that to be?
Mr. Robert Quincy Creed.
Okay. And ultimately, at some point, did Robert Creed identify himself as coming out of that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you at some point come in contact with David White?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he ever identify himself as coming out of the front passenger seat or even being in Ronny Walker's vehicle that day?
No, ma'am. I'm sorry. He did not identify himself in that vehicle whatsoever.
Okay, thank you. However, when you spoke to David White, as it pertains to this case, did he acknowledge knowing Ronny Walker?
He did, yes, ma'am.
Did he acknowledge knowing Robert Creed?
Objection to hearsay.
May we approach?
Yes. Stand the objection.
So did you in fact show, based on your conversation with David White, did you in fact show David White video from the Thorntons that you had collected at some point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did David White identify Ronny Walker as the individual in that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you also show, give me a second, please. What is going on? It's supposed to be documents, right? This one? and then document. Why is this so complicated? Okay, thank you. So obviously, at the time that you came in contact with David White, this was later in time, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
But during your investigation, you did come upon video from Thornton's, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you came in contact with Matthew White, based on your conversations with him, did you show him video from the video?
David White, yes, ma'am.
David White?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is stills from the video. Did David White make a positive identification of Ronny Walker?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you show him footage that depicted Ronny Walker as this, as we have him here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State Exhibit E2, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Sir, did you show Mr. David White this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he identify Ronny Walker as the individual in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he ever indicate to you at any point that no one could possibly make an ID from that video?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And as it pertains to the individual that came out of that vehicle, State Exhibit E5, did you show David White this video that depicted this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that based on information that David White told you about his association with Ronny Walker and Robert Creed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did David White make an identification of the individual in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he make any comment about he looked like a taller version or a shorter version of this individual?
No, ma'am.
Okay. During your conversation with Ronny Walker on May the 13th of 2022, did you speak with Mr. Walker about his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, if anything, did he tell you about his phone?
That it was lost.
Okay. And what was the time frame in which he had said it had been lost for?
About 2 weeks prior.
Did he tell you where he was staying at the time of this murder?
Yes, ma'am.
What location did he say?
He provided a location of 18th Street and 26th Avenue.
Okay. Did he tell you who he was staying with?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did he say?
His girlfriend.
And who was his girlfriend?
His girlfriend was Erica Sweet. However, during the interview, when asked who he knew at TGH, he provided a name for his girlfriend of Erica Hudson.
At any point during this conversation with Mr. Walker, did he at any point correct himself and say, no, actually her name has never been Erica Hudson, it's Erica Sweet? Did he do that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So the name that he told you of his girlfriend was Erica Sweet?
Erica Hudson.
Erica Hudson.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But that day, did Erica Sweet show up at Giant Meadows?
She did.
Okay. So did you come in contact with her?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Did you speak with her?
I did.
Did you learn her relationship with Ronny Walker?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did you determine that relationship to be?
Boyfriend, girlfriend.
Okay. Now, at some point, any point, did you learn the address for Erica Sweet?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that address?
That's 1801 East 26th Avenue.
Okay. And that's in Hillsborough County, correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
All right. During your conversation with Ronny Walker, did he say anything or did you learn any information about what phone he was using on or around the time of the
murder? I was provided that he did have access to Erica Sweet's phone phone.
Okay. Did, when you spoke to Ronny Walker, did he tell you that he found anything in his vehicle? At that point, when you spoke to him, did he hand over a phone that belonged to Nilexia Alexander to you?
No, ma'am.
When you came in contact with Ronny Walker on May the 13th of 2022, did he provide you with any cartridge casings from his vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did you find a cartridge casing or two in his vehicle when you ultimately executed the search warrant on the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did you actually execute a search warrant on the Ford?
We did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was the Ford documented, searched, and evidence collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find a phone belonging to Nilexia Alexander in the vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did you find casings in that vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value in that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you find?
Ultimately, when the vehicle was processed, we found indications of the presence of blood inside the vehicle. And ultimately, swabs were taken and sent off to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Okay. How about a jacket? Did you find a jacket?
We did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did that become relevant during your investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think you indicated that you were out and about you went to the crime scene, though, on May the 6th of 2022, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was it a cold day in Florida that day?
No, ma'am.
Did you wear a jacket that day?
No, ma'am.
Give me a second, please. Showing you State Exhibit C15. Was this the jacket that was found in that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Okay. And then for the record, State Exhibit 4E. That the video from May the 6th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know the time frame of this video?
Yes, ma'am. It's shortly after the homicide.
Do you know the time?
I believe it's 3:30 in the morning.
Okay. All right. When you spoke with Mr. Walker, how long will you say your conversation with him was on May the 13th of 2022?
Totality of it, probably approximately an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Okay. And in all that time, did he ever tell you that he was with Robert Creed that day?
Objection may be approached.
fire. You've already established that he identified someone else, and I think that it might be an unfair comment on his right to remain silent, since
Can we get you case law on that, Your Honor, before you make a ruling? or-
I've looked at case law and I'm confident in my decision at this point, so I'll grant the objection. You can rephrase it, but don't comment on anything he said that would violate the right to remain silent, that he didn't
Okay.
voluntarily say.
Okay, just to be clear, so that I don't step on this ruling, he does indicate, he mentions Robert Creed's name, right? But doesn't mention that Robert Creed was the person with him.
You can't comment on anything he didn't voluntarily.
He did volunteer Robert Creed's son, is what I'm trying to say.
You can say that, because that's what the evidence, that's what he said to the detective. But you can't ask, what didn't he say? Because that's a comment on his right to remain silent. He doesn't have to identify somebody. The fact that he
So-
did, you know, in closing
And you're
argument,
not willing-
maybe it might be proper, but at this stage,
Okay.
it's an unfair comment, I believe.
Well, can you give us time to get you case law on this? Because he
Right.
didn't okay.
I've
All
made
right.
my ruling.
Okay. So to
I've
be
read
clear,
case
you
law.
can, okay, to be clear, you're saying I can say that he
You can say whatever he
mentioned
said.
Robert Creed.
Whatever he told the detective, you
Okay.
can say.
Okay.
But whatever he didn't volunteer to the detective, you can't ask him, so isn't it true, or did he ever say it wasn't, or was, or think, you know, if he didn't say it, if he withheld it,
Okay.
asking him to comment on that is an unfair comment on his right to remain silent. Okay? That's true. Shouldn't say that. I don't know.
Judge, I don't know if the state's gonna be releasing Detective Whelan when he's done, and the court usually asks, is he released?
Right.
He's actually under my subpoena for penalty phase,
Okay.
so I just wanna make sure that he
Well, he would be
understands that.
yes, ma'am.
And I don't wanna say that.
No, that's fine.
He's going to remain under
Okay.
the state subpoena as well, and as it pertains to the PRR finding as well, so.
Okay. Are we all set?
I think so. I think
I
so.
can bring the jury back in.
All rise for the jurors.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You all may have a seat. Again, no issues with the court's instructions, any things, conversations about the case while you're away. Very good. I'm gonna sustain the objection, and you may continue.
Okay. During your conversation with the defendant, did he acknowledge knowing Robert Creed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did he acknowledge driving the Ford on May the 6th of 2022 at the time that that vehicle was at the Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he provide you with an old phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have that information?
I do, yes, ma'am.
Okay, can you tell us what that old phone number was?
Yes, if I reflect my recollection.
So what, I'm sorry, what was that phone number?
Yes, ma'am. It was 727-906-1766.
Okay. And you in fact obtained records for that phone number, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and you received the business record certification with these records?
That's correct.
And upon learning about this phone number from the defendant, did you go about getting a search warrant for the records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you properly execute the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I showing you State Exhibit 30C. Are these the records you obtained?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State Exhibit 30C.
No objection, Your Honor.
30C will be admitted.
Have you since reviewed these records?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have evidence that this phone was active on May the 6th of 2022?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And why do you say that it wasn't active? I'm going to put it up here and see if you can help us out with this information. Okay. So, May the 6th. So we see activity on this phone. So why do you say that this phone was inactive?
Correct. So the records will indicate activity even if the device is powered off or not in possession of someone, or even if the device has been destroyed. You can still call a phone number even if you don't have possession of the actual physical device itself. And that call will still show up on records. So what we're seeing here is the pattern of the records. You're seeing, for example, the outgoing calls. You're going to go across into the column where that 999 number is. But that's
Do you mind stepping up?
Yeah, I'd
sort
love
of
to.
like, yes,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you. And
So-
if,
So you have outgoing calls coming into the records, and the incoming number is going to be here on the left, and then you'll have this 999 number. That's an outgoing phone call. What that's indicating is your phone provider is sending that phone call now to a voicemail service. So it appears in the records as an outgoing call, however, it's going to voicemail. These records, there's no cell sites associated with them. There's nothing, so it's indicating that these are kind of calls coming in. There's no actual real phone call coming to the phone that makes contact with anybody on that number.
okay. And is that what you found consistent through the time frame of May the 6th and the phone records that you obtained?
That's correct. You're going to have all these outgoing calls, again, all of them going to the 999 voicemail designator.
And this is what you're talking about, where I'm pointing?
Correct.
This 999, okay. Moving on to the next page, May the 6th. Is this what you're speaking of, these 999s?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All the way down?
That is correct.
So May the 7th, May the 8th. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay. And is that what you're speaking of all the way down the columns?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Did you learn about a new phone number from Mr. Walker?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that phone number?
Again, reflecting my recollection.
Will the record maybe help refresh your memory?
Yes, ma'am. I'll make it more efficient.
If you can look at that.
Thank you.
And if you tell us if you recognize all the documents that I provided to you.
Yes, ma'am. These are reports from Cellbrite from a forensic extraction, and the number in reference to this phone is 813-424-7235.
Thank you, sir. And was this pursuant to a phone download done on that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the phone number that Mr. Walker told you that he had obtained after the murder in this case?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State Exhibit 30B1, 30B2, 30B3, and 30B4. And I'd like to indicate that 30B5 had previously been admitted into evidence.
No objection to that, Your Honor.
They will be admitted.
Thank you. So based on your conversation with Mr. Walker, did you obtain records for this phone number indicated here, 813-424-7235?
Correct.
Okay. And are you familiar with Cellbrite?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is this, can you tell us what it is?
So Cellbrite is, what we're looking here is the end product of a forensic extraction. The phone is hooked up to the device and then forensically removed. When that's done, it's in a, as you can imagine, phones are now becoming as large as computers. So you have a bunch of files that you have. The Cellbrite report is, again, similar to CellHawk, where it's a report that makes it more visually easy to interpret the data and go through the actual physical forensic extraction of the cell phone.
And download the information that might be relevant. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When a person opens up Cellbrite on one's computer, is there multiple locations that one can go, and multiple things that one can look at in that system?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And ultimately, when you determine that something might be relevant, is one able to actually obtain a report such as this?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And that was done in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you obtained a search warrant for this phone number. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was properly executed?
Correct.
Okay. And then after that, how does one go and get the phone and get it into this Cellbrite system? How does one, did you get the physical phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was the phone downloaded at Tampa Police Department?
It was, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you reviewed it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then these reports were created as a result of that, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. So during this investigation, did you learn the phone number for Erica Sweet?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that phone number?
Again, to refresh my recollection.
Well, this is an evidence, so you tell me if State Exhibit 30B2 is that phone number.
That is correct. Ms. Sweet has that phone number of 305-910-9779.
And is this a download created from the new phone for Mr. Ronny Walker?
That is correct.
Okay. And how is this information, what is this information over here under name for this particular phone contact?
Wifey.
Okay. And is there a way to look through contact information and create a report based on the phone evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that what was done here, the contact information for that particular phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean? Does that mean that this phone number is a contact number in the phone number that was provided to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, to your knowledge, when information like this is indicated, a name like Wifey, is that generated by the phone company, or does one have to create that name?
You create that just like you would any other contact, and that is the name of that contact in the phone.
Okay, thank you. State Exhibit 30B3, what is this?
That is showing call logs, so similar to as you would pull up like your recent inbound out calls on your phone. This is a report showing that.
Okay. And so, does this report indicate the time frame of May the 11th through May the 13th?
Yes,
for this
ma'am.
phone? Okay. And what was significant of this time frame?
Again, this is going to be after the murder.
Okay. And so from these records, can you tell us what these columns represent?
Yeah, so just inbound and outgoing calls.
Okay. So for instance, column 1 is an outgoing call to wifey at this 305 number, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the time frame would be 5:39. Is that how we review it?
That's correct. Yeah, it's been corrected for, if you see the parentheses next to it, a lot of forensic extractions and a lot of devices record time in UTC. So to make it, again, easier to view and easier to go through, the Subright report will convert time to the time zone that you request. In this case, it's converted to Eastern time zone.
So this is already converted, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the next column, that would be another time frame, an incoming call. That
Correct.
means that the call is coming into this phone, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's at 5:53, and just moving on, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so from reviewing this report, it would mean that on May the 11th, there are phone contacts between Ronny Walker and possibly the person in possession of this phone, whom you've determined to be Erica Sweet, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we have 4 calls on May the 11th, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then May the 12th, same 305 number, and we have 1, 2, 3 on this page, correct? And moving on, right?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is still May the 12th. And then May the 13th. And this phone was seized on May the 13th, correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, sir. State Exhibit 34B, do you recognize what's depicted here?
There's going to be messaging.
Okay. But does it indicate anything significant as it pertains to column 1?
It has descriptions and in there. Column 1 is going to be actually the number on this.
Okay, sorry.
The
Description.
Yep, the description section. Yeah, it provides information for that incoming and outgoing message.
Does it indicate welcome to Boost Mobile?
It does, yes, ma'am.
And is that significant to note the time frame of when this phone was obtained?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, this is sort of like a timeline for the time frame of this phone?
That's correct.
Okay. All the way up to May the 13th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And State Exhibit 30B5. Okay. Is this, when you reviewed this phone, did the name Day become significant to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
It's a contact in the phone.
Okay. And is that the phone number that you ultimately used to determine who, and the contact that you determined who David White might be?
Correct.
Okay. So you interviewed Erica Sweet, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you interviewed her even that day on May the 13th?
Correct.
Okay. Now, moving on to May the 14th, did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What, if anything, did you do that day?
Again, we began to canvas for video.
Did-
For the area, ultimately, we did get some video that was significant in this case.
Okay. What information did you get that you found to be significant for the investigation?
We responded back to the hostel that was located at 301 North Ola. We had already got video from there, but now with using cell phone records from the victim, we now kind of had a general idea of the ingress towards the homicide scene.
Okay.
So we got additional video to encompass prior as well.
Okay. And what additional video did you get that helped you with this that led you forward in the investigation?
We obtained video from the hostel, and it showed a vehicle matching the suspect vehicle.
The hostel?
It's a hostel. This location. It's like a hotel, bed and breakfast type thing.
Okay. What was the address of that?
It's 3109 North Ola.
Okay. All right.
Graham's Place is the name of the business.
Okay. Thank you.
We received got video from there showing this vehicle consistent with the suspect vehicle coming into the area as well.
Okay. And you downloaded and included it in this case file, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, at some point, did you learn either that day or subsequent to that the location of where Erica Sweet was living?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that the address you have indicated to us?
Correct.
Okay. And at some point during your investigation, did you learn or did you obtain information from 3307 North 16th Street? Is that a video from Camille Collins?
Yes, ma'am. I don't believe that was the 14th film.
Okay, but did you obtain that video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did that help you in your investigation for this case?
It did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. What did you determine to be the distance from where Erica Sweet was living with Ronny Walker to the location of the 3307 North 16th Street?
Approximately 0.2 miles or about a 4-minute walk.
Okay. So it was in that general area at Belmont Heights?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you review the video from 3307 North 16th Street?
I did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in your review of the video, did that give you an information about the vehicle that you found at 3000 North Highland?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you also receive video from, at some point during this investigation, from 3016 North Florida at Body Parts of America?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
Did you review it yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you download it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you since provided a copy to the state and the defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it an accurate depiction of what you downloaded?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the time frame on that video correct?
Yes. So it was, when we were documenting it, it was so minute that if you looked at it at one time, it was 100% correct. If you looked at it, it was split seconds off.
Okay, just seconds. Okay.
Not even seconds, milliseconds off.
Okay. All right. So, Your Honor, at this time the state would move into evidence state exhibit 9.
No objection.
Okay.
Bill gives me the state's none.
As you continued your investigation of this case, did you locate video from 502 East MLK Boulevard?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you find it to have evidentiary value?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you download it by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you check the time frame on it by yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you determine the time to be correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence state exhibit 4A.
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
4A will be admitted.
And there were, in fact, 2 angles that became relevant. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. State would move into evidence state exhibit 4B.
No objection.
Will be admitted as 4B.
Okay. And when you obtained, when all these videos, you obtained them, did you request that a series, that they be put together as sort of like a continuing video feed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and was that done by Mark Montana?
It was.
And have you since reviewed it to make sure that it accurately depicts the locations that you saw this vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And this compilation of these videos, did you find that that the vehicle, the Ford, matched the location information that you obtained from Nilexia Alexander's used phone on May the 6th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence State Exhibit 19.
Objection.
No, Your Honor.
Six 19 will be admitted.
Now, at some point, did you come upon the video from Thornton?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that around May the 14th of 2022? That's what I have. Would you like a copy of your report?
It was May the 19th.
May the 19th? Okay. On May the 19th, when you, how did you come about to even consider going to the Thorntons?
Again, we were kind of cheating a little bit. We were using the victim's phone. Now, instead of fishing wide open, we now are able to use that to kind of pinpoint areas where we believe to look for video.
Okay.
So initially, we looked in the geographical area of the phone around that time that the vehicle is at Thornton's.
Mhm.
It shows it more towards a different building where we went and obtained video. We didn't have anything on there, so then we moved on to the Thornton's where it shows it geographically in that area and locate the video.
Okay, so from the evidence that you had, was it consistent with the phone for Nilexia Alexander being in the vehicle at the time the vehicle, the Ford, was at Thornton's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so based on that, you do in fact go to Thornton's?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you given access to the Thornton video system?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to review it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and at this point, had the search warrant for the Ford had been executed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so in reviewing the video at Thornton's, did you find anything of evidentiary value?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so what did you find?
We see a vehicle matching, again, the suspect's vehicle pull into the gas station, and the video from the Thorns is such good quality, you're actually able to read the tag from the vehicle.
Okay, and so based on that, had you already gotten the video from Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now you have the tag at 2 locations
Yes, ma'am.
that were consistent with the victim's phone movement?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you have any other tag information from other locations
No, ma'am.
at this point?
No.
Okay, not from the Tampa Police Department videos?
No, that doesn't capture a tag on the.
Okay, all right. So now with this information, you go to Thornton's, you download the video, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you find anything of evidentiary value as it pertains to the individual that that we see here?
Judge, I'm going to object to an improper question and be withheld from the jury.
Did you find anything significant in this video and the vehicle, the Ford?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and based on that, did you request that the jacket in the Ford be Creed, did you collect his buccal swab?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you send that to FDLE as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when results come back on those, as lead detective, are you provided those reports?
Yes, ultimately.
Yeah.
Whoever submits them gets a notification that the lab report is ready.
Okay.
And then I'm made aware of them.
Okay. And you're required to be made aware of it as lead detective?
Correct.
And then do you then have to review it and document it accordingly in your report?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what, if any, other additional information that led to evidentiary value did you obtain on May the 14th of 2022?
The 14th or the 19th?
Well, I was still on the 14th, actually. Did you get the Chevron 723 Columbus Drive video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did that have evidentiary value?
We responded there. They were unable to review the video because the manager wasn't present, but it did not end up not having evidentiary value.
Okay. Did you ultimately obtain information or look into a person named Ronny Walker?
Ronzé?
Yes.
Yes.
Why?
That was Mr. Walker's son.
Okay. And so what, if anything, did you learn from that information?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Well, what did you do with the information?
We requested phone records
Okay.
for that person.
Did you review the phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ultimately, did you determine that it had no evidentiary value?
That is correct.
Moving on, I guess, to May the 19th, did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive any phone calls that day? Or did you speak to anyone in association with this case?
I spoke to Giant Motors.
Okay. You spoke to Giant Motors?
We did.
Okay. Who did you speak with?
I believe Mr. Natal.
Okay. And when you spoke to him, were you with Detective Sackrider?
No, that was just a phone call. We were attempting to locate Mr. Walker to speak with him.
Were you able to locate him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. What else did you do on May the 19th?
We went by Mr. Walker's mother's residence, located at 52nd Street.
Okay. So are you continuing to look for Mr. Walker at this point?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you find him?
No, ma'am.
How often are you going to look for him at these locations?
Multiple times through the course of the investigation.
Okay. And so are you saying you continue to look for him every day for a certain amount of time?
Objection, leading counsel testifying.
Did you go to look for him multiple times a day for a time period?
Objection to leading.
What did you do as it pertains to finding Mr. Walker?
We looked for him at multiple locations throughout the whole course of the investigation, multiple times.
Tell me the time frame in which you were looking for Mr. Walker.
Approximately over roughly about a week.
Okay. Was it just a week, and what was the time frame?
During daytime hours?
No, what's the date range of this
yes.
time?
So it's going to be after the initial seizure of the vehicle, all the way so the 13th, then going forward past to the 19th, 20th, and beyond there.
Okay, and you couldn't find him?
That's correct.
Did you check for him at Erica Sweet's home?
We did.
And did you find him?
Objection, Your Honor, can we approach?
Yeah.
So after you seize his vehicle on May the 13th, just to make sure you are wanting to follow up or look, and you are looking for Ronny Walker, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said for a week, is that it?
Approximately, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And just to be clear, did you look for him at Erica's Sweets home?
Yes, ma'am.
And at his mother's home?
Yes, ma'am.
And at Giant Motors where he worked?
Correct.
And it was during the daytime?
Correct.
And you didn't find him?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at some point, did there become a time where you took some time off and then got back on the case around, at a later date?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that time frame?
I believe it was going to be later on in the investigation. It wouldn't be in May. I believe it was in July.
Okay. But on May the 25th, did you continue your investigation? What did you do that day?
We responded to Tampa General Hospital where we received the video from the supervisor of security there, Mr. Beards.
Okay. And then on May the 25th, did you go to 3424 North 52nd Street?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the purpose of that?
Again, looking for Mr. Walker.
Okay. Did you go to 3626 Sarah Street?
We did.
What was your purpose?
It ended up not having any investigative leads for this, just to make contact with somebody for the case.
Okay, but did you know why, what the reason was?
I don't recall the significance of that person.
Okay.
It ended up having no insured value.
And was it actually on May the 26th of 2022 that you came in contact with David White?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, moving on to besides the information we've already talked about as it pertains to David White, who was also deemed to be Day, did you do anything else as it pertains to that? Did you speak to Paula Sterling?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And why did you speak to Pauline Sterling?
Ultimately, we determined through Tampa General that she was the person that got into the suspect vehicle at Tampa General Hospital.
Okay. And did you confirm that in fact she did?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Did you do anything else on May the 26th that became relevant?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Moving on then to May the 27th, did you continue to work on this case?
I did.
Did you look for video at 1803 East 26th Avenue?
I did.
Why?
That was the area of Miss Sweet's residence. Also the residence that Mr. Walker advised that he stays at. We were looking for video around their residence for the date of the homicide.
And were you able to find any video at that location?
No, ma'am.
Okay. At some point, either that day or later on, did you obtain a search warrant for this 305-910-9779?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
We determined that that was a phone that was most likely in the possession of Mr. Walker at the time of the homicide.
Okay. And did you or another detective write up the search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it approved by a judge?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it properly executed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, did you receive information as it pertains to that phone?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you learn about that phone?
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain that objection.
What did you determine from that phone? This 305-910-9779.
Again, we received the same records that we did for the other search warrants. Again, providing the call detail records, and then also cell sites that were used from that device.
Okay. What did you do with that information?
We put into CellHawk.
Okay. And in putting it in CellHawk, what did you learn?
That on the night of the homicide, the phone is geographically in the same area as the victim's phone.
Okay. Based on that information, did you follow up with anything else as it pertains to that? the information from the phone records, were you able to review them? Was there any other follow-up you did based on the location information for that phone?
We attempted to try to get video from locations where the phones are geographically at.
Okay. And at some point during your investigation, did the name Robert Parker become relevant to you?
That's correct.
Okay, and how did that become relevant to you?
In the records, at the time of the evening of the homicide, shortly after the Thornton's gas station, there are messages being sent to and contact to Robert Parker from that 305 number.
Okay. And so did you go, in fact, and interview him?
I did.
Okay. Now, moving on, did you continue your investigation on June the 1st?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this point, are you looking for Robert Creed?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this based on an identification made by David White?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you at some point make contact with a person named Arthur Johnson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who did you determine him to be?
The brother of Mr. Creed.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is he currently deceased?
He is.
Okay. But based on that information, information you learn, do you learn more information as it pertains to Robert Creed?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you follow up on the leads that you learn as it pertains to Robert Creed?
We do, yes, ma'am.
What do you do as it pertains to Robert Creed in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am. We authored a search warrant for a residence that Arthur Johnson is associated with, and then also obtained cell phone records from a number that he provided for Mr. Creed.
Okay. And so, what was the location that you obtained a search warrant for?
3726 Laurie Court.
Okay. So you received a search warrant and you properly executed it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you obtain anything of evidentiary value from the search of that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What, if anything, of evidentiary value did you locate?
A pair of shorts similar to the shorts observed in the Thornton's video.
Okay. And based on that, did you collect those clothes?
Yes, ma'am.
State Exhibit G1 is how you and other law enforcement officers came upon this evidence?
I'm sorry, what was the
Is this how you and other law enforcement officers came upon this evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State Exhibit G4, why did you find this to be relevant to this investigation?
Again, similar characteristics to the shorts observed in the Thornton's video.
Thank you. Now, sir, at some point during this investigation, did you talk to Robert Creed about this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did he provide a statement?
Yes, ma'am.
How did it come about that he provided the first statement in this case?
Eventually, we were able to find him and had a interview with him at the district office.
Okay. Did he come in on his own?
Yes,
Okay. And did he provide you with a statement?
he did.
Did you have reason to believe that he wasn't being perfectly honest with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on that, after continuing to investigate this case, did you, as lead detective, make a decision as it pertains to Robert Creed?
Yes, ma'am.
What was that decision?
To charge him with accessory in this case.
Okay. At that point, at the time that you charged Robert Creed with accessory after the fact, first degree murder, had you already charged Ronny Walker with murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was the evidence that you had that made you determine to charge Ronny Walker with murder?
The fact that the phone associated with him was geographically in the area and consistent with the victim phone. The fact that he is seen driving the vehicle with very close proximity after the murder on the Thornton's gas station. The fact that during the search warrant of the vehicle, there was a positive result for the presence of apparent blood inside the vehicle, and the DNA results in this case.
And at that point with the DNA results, had you received DNA results for the jacket as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And had you received identification as it pertains to the individual in Thornton's video with the jacket?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And had you interviewed Erica Sweet to determine if she was in use of that phone that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did she give you a statement as it pertains to that matter?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on her statement to you, was it in conflict with if she had indicated that she was asleep, did the phone records contradict her using that phone?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Rephrase that question, please.
Based on the information that you had obtained from Erica Sweet, did you determine from the interview that the person who would have been in possession of the phone was Ronny Walker?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection calls for speculation, also calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
And so based on that information and all the other information, did you make the decision to charge Ronny Walker with premeditated first-degree murder?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And would this have been before Robert Creed gave you a statement after that first interview?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And for the record, what's the first interview that Robert Creed provided?
I'll have to reflect my recollection.
Please.
I don't see that here in the file at the time, but it's going to be shortly after the date that he was identified by Mr. White.
Let me be clear. On July the 6th of 2022, was there an arrest warrant for Ronny Walker for first-degree murder? Is that something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. And on July the 7th of 2022, was there an investigative subpoena for Erica Sweet?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us what an investigative subpoena is?
Yes, ma'am. So, in certain cases, we'll issue an investigative subpoena. It's a subpoena provided to witnesses in cases where the state attorney is asking them to come down and give truthful testimony to the state attorney's office.
Okay. Now, when you spoke to other witnesses in this case, did you have to give an investigative subpoena?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Was Erica Sweet fully cooperative with you?
No, ma'am.
And based on that, was she given an investigative subpoena?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then when she was given an investigative subpoena, did you come to the state attorney's office for a sworn statement with Erica Sweet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during that statement, did Erica Sweet acknowledge or
Objection calls for hearsay.
identification?
One other question. Approach?
I can just say what you want.
Rephrase it.
Okay. During that interview, did you show Erica Sweet video or stills from the Thornton video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State exhibits. Oh, E2. Did you show her video from this video? Video or stills from this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did Erica Sweet identify the individual in this video?
Yes, ma'am.
Who did she indicate that to be?
Ronny Walker.
State Exhibit E5. Did Erica Sweet identify the individual in this still?
No, ma'am.
Erica Sweet. Did she at some point indicate who this person was?
No.
State Exhibit E4, did Erica Sweet identify this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
But to be clear, did Erica Sweet indicate that she knew Robert Creed?
Not very well, no, ma'am.
But did she indicate that she knew who Robert Creed was?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what do you have the date in which you first came in contact with Robert Creed? Your first interview with him?
May the 31st.
Okay. So May the 31st, this is the first conversation you have had with Robert Creed.
Correct.
And during that interview, did he tell you that he didn't know who was involved in the murder?
Correct.
Okay. And after that conversation, on July the 6th, is that when there was an arrest warrant for Ronny Walker?
After,
July the 6th, was there an arrest warrant for Ronny Walker?
yes.
Okay. And at this point, had you had any other conversations with Robert Creed?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you ultimately have another conversation with Robert Creed on July the 28th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, during that conversation, did you speak to Robert Creed about this case?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. And during that interview, did he provide you with information as it pertains to this murder?
He did.
Okay. And at this point, when you had a conversation with Robert Creed, was this in Pinellas County?
It was, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you with Detective Sackrider?
I was.
Did you read him Miranda?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he appear to understand it?
Yes, ma'am.
Was his statement on July the 28th different from his statement on May the 31st?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at this point, did he implicate Ronny Walker?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you offer him anything in exchange for him giving you a statement to implicate Ronny Walker?
No, ma'am.
Did you make him any promises?
No, ma'am.
But did you put pressure on him to tell the truth or to tell what he might know?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Now, did you insinuate in any way that Robert Creed could be charged with premeditated first-degree murder?
Yes.
But, as a homicide detective, are you allowed to say things in an interrogative fashion in order to get information from people?
Yes, ma'am.
But actually, could you, with the information you had, charge Robert Creed with premeditated first-degree murder for this case?
No, ma'am.
Based on the evidence that you had, did you have any evidence to support premeditated first-degree murder on Robert Creed when you said that to him?
No, I did not have that.
So why did you say that to him?
Again, a tactic during interviews. You have to make the interviewee feel like that they have no way out, and sometimes, and we had already gotten to the point where truthfulness wasn't being presented. If we had a magic power, these cases would be so much easier if everybody just told the truth right away. And so there's tactics that have to be used sometimes to get the truth to come out.
Okay. Ultimately, though, at this same interview on July the 28th of 2022, Robert Creed does in fact implicate Ronny Walker in this murder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But prior to that, you still had charged Ronny Walker with premeditated first-degree murder, correct?
Correct, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did the evidence you had at this point point to the fact that this vehicle, the Ford, picked up Nilexia Alexander based on your identification of her and everything?
Yes.
Objection, improper question, obeys the province of the jury.
The evidence.
I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Did the evidence that you had at this point support the fact that this vehicle, this Ford, was the Ford involved in?
Objection, can we approach Judge?
Yes. I'm gonna sustain the objection.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the mere presence law?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection, improper opinion.
May we approach?
Come on. You know what? It is a good time. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take a 10-minute break. Oh, hang on. 10-minute break, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let's go to recess.
All right, what's your objection? Objection?
Yes, Judge, I'm sorry, I'll wait for the witness to respectfully to deliberate. Judge, I have several objections as to this line of question. First of all, the relevance of it. Second of all, calling for an improper opinion. I don't know what Detective Whelan's understanding about legal principles are, but quite frankly, it doesn't matter. The only legal principles that are going to matter are the ones that this judge gives to this jury. Additionally, any question to him as to whether or not there was evidence to support a mere presence or evidence to support a principle if we're going down that road. Again, those are all things for the jury to decide, not for the detective. Now, if the state, which she already has, asks about probable cause, surely that's fine. But to go further and to ask about specific principles of the law when we don't know that this witness even has the appropriate understanding of the law is not relevant, and it's an improper question for this witness to answer.
Response?
John, my response is that probable cause is a law that he has to use every day. The principal theory is a law that he has to use every day. It was based on the principal theory that he made.
He doesn't make that every day. The state attorney's office makes a decision whether to charge somebody as a principal in a felony.
No.
They can file it, but you guys make the decision whether to charge him.
To charge him, right.
He doesn't charge him with first degree murder. He arrests him for it. You all are the ones in charge.
Exactly.
So you look at the principles and you make those decisions.
I'm not asking him whether he charged it. I'm asking if he made the decision regarding the arrest. I'm just talking about what he does every day, which is arrest.
Okay.
He makes decisions every day on the principal theory for arrest. They get to make those decisions. This is not something new.
They arrest on probable cause.
They arrest on probable cause. I'm simply just talking about probable cause to arrest because the defense spent a lot of time talking about how Ronny Walker.
Ask him if he has probable cause to arrest him.
Okay.
She already asked him that. And he gave
She
her
hasn't
the
asked
reason.
him that.
She did. And I have it, yes, and he gave her the
During the
reasons.
probable cause thing, but did he answer that question?
Yes.
And that's why he didn't arrest him?
Yes.
Yes, and I
Okay.
wrote down the reasons that he gave as to why he arrested Ronny Walker as opposed to Robert Reed.
Well, she asked it that way. And he said that.
He said because he believed that the reasons for the arrest of first degree murder. The reasons for arrest of first degree murder is because he believed that the phone that was associated with Mr. Walker,
Right, he went through his reasons.
that Mr. Walker was driving the vehicle, that there was a positive result for apparent blood, and because of the DNA results, and again, because the detective made the determination.
I guess my question was, he didn't talk to why he didn't arrest.
Yes, I have not asked that question. If you have
That's the
probable
question
cause, and
I thought I'd say.
yes.
She hadn't asked him, did you have probable cause to arrest her?
She did.
Creed.
She
She
followed
did.
up that question with, did you have probable cause to arrest Robert Creed
Yes.
with first degree murder?
Okay.
And he responded, no, I did not.
That's correct.
Okay.
And the question that's on the table right now is not even about probable cause or
Right.
anything of that nature. It's whether he understands a mere presence theory.
It's not whether he understands it. First of all, I was asking if he's familiar with it. Detectives every day have to be familiar with the law as they determine
So
probable
where are you
cause.
going with this line?
If he says he is aware of it, then the answer is yes. And based on the mere presence law, there was no basis or probable cause to arrest. That's it. Because all the law enforcement had was, this person is in the car. And we all know, right?
Court reporter, can you look back and find, search for the word probable cause?
She didn't ask it as probable
What did
cause.
she
She
say?
said, did you have enough to charge Mr. Creed? And she said, no, we couldn't charge him. She even asked again when she was asking him about the fact that he threatened him
Let's go back.
with charging
All right,
him with
hold on.
murder, and he said, did he have enough to charge? And he said, no.
Let's go back for the word charge. Search, can you search for the charge? We'll go off the record. Okay. Here, yeah, hold on. Scroll up a little bit. That's based on, all right, hold on. Could you, with the information you had, charge Robert Creed with premeditated first-degree murder for the case? No, ma'am. Question. Based on the evidence that you had, did you have any evidence to support premeditated murder on Robert Creed when you first said that to him? No, I did not have that. You've already asked and answered that question.
In terms of the arrest, the day that they spoke to him. Now I'm talking about now subsequent to that. Now they're.
This is subsequent. They've never had any.
So
evidence.
July, I beg your pardon? I thought that, and I will defer to the record, obviously, I'm not sitting here recording what I'm
Right.
saying, but I thought that when I asked that question was for his first interview, and now they go to the second interview, right? And I still feel like I still haven't asked if you had probable cause to arrest. I'm just saying now with the information, has anything changed? If you're sustaining the objection, fair enough, but I don't remember asking him if he had probable cause later on, even afterwards.
Judge, that specific line of questioning came at the end of her talking about his interview on July 28th, 2022, where he implicates Mr. Walker.
Which is
and
the
then-
second interview.
That's the
Correct,
second
which is the
interview.
second interview, which is what she's talking about.
Right, so it's
So
the
they've been
second,
asked and answered.
okay.
So, I'll sustain the objection based on it being asked and answered. Any other questions?
Judge, in this case, though, I would like to point out to the court, their entire opening was that the state charged the wrong person.
You're gonna get a redirect.
Okay, I'm just
We'll
saying.
see what happens. If
Okay,
they go down
because I
those
think
roads
it's,
and open those doors.
I think it's important that the state is allowed to explore what evidence they believe they had to charge him, and if they thought.
First of all, what they said isn't evidence. So for them to get evidence in, they're gonna have to talk about it and have it come out of the stand.
Understood.
And then you're gonna have an opportunity to redirect.
Okay, as long as the court understands, because that was the basis, their entire opening, was
I understand.
pointing the finger at him, and I think it's critical that the jury understand, we didn't have any evidence, we could not charge
I
Robert.
think it's been covered well enough, and if they open up those doors wider, redirect is what would be the remedy for that.
Okay. I understand.
And let's make sure we're done. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Use the restroom.
Yeah, I need to use that.
All right, so he can come back in, we're not gonna talk about anything else. So we're in recess. Thank you.
I got one for you, man, but we didn't get it approved.
I stuck it with one. Oh, you're getting it for him?
Yeah, I'm getting it for him.
I'll never take that. He doesn't do that. If you remember, they said they didn't hear the last little bit. I guess people that plug in Little Shaffy was listening to yeah, Little Shaffy. Ken. How's your opinion?
Okay, I guess on the record, I'll change this number, even though I had Can I make it? Well, this is 31. It's 31. I'll tell you all. I am going to change this number. So 36 was already that text message. So this really should have been, this should have been, this is the phone number, this should have been 31. I think so, because I had 31.
Okay. We'll just do that on the record.
Okay.
Can I actually say
There was an earthquake in there. There was a really earthquake over there. What you said, what was the line? You like that? I do. Just want to concentrate when I do this. I'm concentrating.
Did you ask him questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he provide any information that you had not relayed to the public?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, based on information that Stanley Wilson had provided to you, did you inform the dive is there a dive team unit at Tampa Police Department?
There is, yes, ma'am.
Did you contact the dive team department?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the purpose of you doing that?
He provided information of a possible location where evidence was discarded in this case.
And to be clear, the information that Stanley Wilson provided as to the location that evidence might have been discarded, was it very specific or just a general area?
General area.
Okay. But still, did you tell the dive team that you wanted them to look for anything in particular?
Yes, ma'am.
What was it that you asked the dive team to look for?
A firearm.
Okay. And to your knowledge, did they actually do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And was anything located?
No, ma'am.
To this day, have you obtained the firearm associated with this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And in light of the fact that there were 6 shots, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How many casings were collected at the crime scene?
Objection calls for hearsay.
If he personally knows?
Overruled.
How many casings were collected at the crime scene in this case?
I believe 4.
Okay. And did you ever find an additional 2?
No, ma'am.
Okay. How about Nilexia's phone, the phone associated with Nilexia? Did you ever find that?
No, ma'am.
Now, sir, as it pertains to the casings in this case that were found on scene, did you have them dusted or processed for prints?
No, ma'am.
And why is that?
There's processes we can do with the casings. Ultimately, you have to select a route that you go. In this case, the processing that was selected by Detective Campbell was the process that was going to yield a higher result at the initial stages of the investigation.
Okay. And did you swab the casings for DNA?
They did not.
And is that for the same reason, because of the other process that you were going to take?
Correct.
Okay. Now, sir, Your Honor, for the record, I'd like to reintroduce State Exhibit 31, because there was already a 30C, and I do apologize. I have discussed it with the defense.
So just so the record's clear, it was introduced as what exhibit number?
30C, but we have a 30C, so
No.
I'm changing it to 31.
Yes. No objection.
All right, it'll be minutes 31C.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, you have discussed the fact that you had a conversation with Ronnie.
It's being introduced as 31.
31, no letter, no
31,
follow.
no C.
Yes.
31, no C. It will be introduced.
Now, sir, I am showing you State Exhibit 30C. Using this map, can you explain, did you create this map?
I did, yes, ma'am.
I think it's in evidence. Oh, sorry. I am showing you what has been pre-marked as State Exhibit 30C.
Okay.
Judge, I
Can't even read this.
believe that's
36.
Hold on. What?
Sorry. Go ahead.
30C is already introduced.
36 C and 36D.
Okay.
Do you recognize these?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you create them?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move those into evidence.
I don't have an objection.
It'll be minutes 36A and D.
C and D. C is in cat, and D is in dog.
Picking on the letters here.
State Exhibit 36D. You created this map?
Not this one, no, ma'am.
Okay, but do you recognize what is being depicted?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what can you tell us as it pertains to that?
It's showing the distance from Miss Sweet's apartment to the area where the victim is picked up.
Okay, and what's the distance?
According to this map, 0.1 mile.
And I think you indicated where Robert Creed was living at the time. Do you recall?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
He was in the area of Belmont Heights.
Robert Creed? Creed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what was the distance?
Laurie Court is where his brother was staying. That's a little bit further away. That's going to be, I'd say, approximately 0.5 to a mile away.
Okay. And ultimately, was there some kind of association with him in St. Petersburg or Pinellas County area?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
that's correct.
And that was another location for him?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, State Exhibit 36C. What was the purpose of you creating this map?
This is depicting crudely the video that was obtained in this case and then the path of travel of the suspect vehicle post-homicide.
Do you mind standing up?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you please tell us that path based on this map?
Yes, ma'am. So you're going to have our homicide scene here. That's going to be the intersection of Florida, Nebraska, and Highland. The initial video that we have there is a 3000 Highland address. The vehicle then travels northbound. We obtained video here at Tampa Street of the vehicle crossing eastbound over Tampa Street, and then picked up on the Body Parts of America camera here at the next indication of the dot.
Well, let's slow down for a second.
Yes,
Are you
ma'am.
also have you also indicated the time frames on that map? Right here, like that, 308.
Yeah, the timeframes are there. I'll have to take your word that says 3. It's a
You
little
can't
blurry
see.
there.
Okay, let me
But-
see. I can probably do better. Okay.
Perfect. There we go.
Thank
All
you.
right, all right.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. So this is going to capture the vehicle and the time frames of the vehicle
Okay.
that they are on the video. Again, 3:08 is the time of our homicide. The vehicle then leaves the scene, travels up northbound, and then eastbound across Tampa Street at 3:09. Again, captured again at 3:09 on the Body Parts of America business video. Where it cuts northbound through that alleyway, so not going to the main thoroughfare here, but instead cuts through a back alleyway.
Okay.
It then exits out of the alleyway on the north side of it, which is the Adderley address that we have. It continues westbound. The hostel that I spoke about during the testimony is here located. It's on the exit route of the vehicle.
And that's Graham's place, correct?
Correct. Graham's
Okay.
Place Hostel, yes, ma'am. And it's captured there. It continues westbound again, where it's the Radiant Church. And then we have video here as well at Adderley. It has like a little jot down on the street, and this is Miss Brown's residence.
Okay.
And then searching a wider scope for video of a vehicle that's consistent with a suspect vehicle is seen crossing over the Rome and Columbus Bridge.
Okay. And then ultimately, it's at Thornton's.
Correct. And the time for here is 3:20 in the a.m.
And is that the location of Thornton's?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. Now, you have indicated that you and Mark Montana created a compilation video. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Publishing that video, which is State Exhibit 19.
I believe your video froze.
It's going,
Is it? Okay.
yeah. I don't know how to fix it. Should I,
Should we want to try and restart it?
you want me to? I'll
Yeah,
try.
'cause it's just
Okay, give me a second.
Yes, ma'am.
Give me a second, please. Let me try it on a different player. Open with, let's try VLS.
There you go.
Okay. Your Honor, sir, did you, I think you indicated that you spoke to Ronny Walker on May the 13th of 2022, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And was it recorded?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you since listened to a redacted copy?
Yes, ma'am.
And is it an accurate depiction of what, or indication of what the defendant said to you that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into Evidence State Exhibit 39.
No objection.
And the state would be asking for the redaction instruction.
Stage 39 will be admitted. Members of the jury, you're about to listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to and consider the sentence. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's Charlie, that's
No, I just got a new phone. I made it like, I lost my phone maybe like 2 weeks ago. My original address is 20.
What's the address of the
I don't.
Are you on 18th?
I'm on 18th and 26th.
18th to 26th. I'll go there. I'll just put your address in. Yeah.
Like, what? Like, I knew 7 people that work there.
Alright, who works like the cleaning crew there?
The cleaning crew?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know who worked for the cleaning crew. I don't know what they do exactly.
Okay. Who wears like the gray scrubs?
The gray scrubs?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you that. They wear different scrubs. I said, no. Green scrubs, red scrubs, they wear different stuff.
Okay.
I don't know.
Oh, were you working last Friday?
Yes, I was.
Who got your car last Friday?
Last
In the afternoon?
In the afternoon time.
Like when you were at work, what time do you come to work on Friday?
I took at 11 in the morning.
Okay, so when you were at work, who was using your car?
No one used my car's here. My car's parked right here. That's how it is.
Somebody used your car on Friday. So it's the same thing, last Friday, so a week ago. So if you were working last Friday, then someone come by and ask you to use your car?
Yeah, but I know it.
That's DGH. The car was at DGH.
What time?
3 in the afternoon?
3 in the afternoon, 3:30ish?
3 in the afternoon on Friday?
Yeah, last Friday.
If my girl, she got work at 4 o'clock. She just came by.
Who's your girl?
She just came by. She just.
Does she work at Tampa General Hospital?
Yes, but I don't see him paying for it now.
Okay, so when you ask you, you work at She's not in any trouble.
I never lied to you and said I don't know nobody. I know several people.
Oh, okay. So what's your girlfriend's name?
Her name is Erica.
Erica what?
Erica Hudson. Yes.
Hudson?
Yes.
Okay. No, she's not in any trouble.
So we're working on homicide.
Who? You're on homicide. With my car. My old phone is, I have a 727, but I have a new number now.
I took that copy of the name because we had potentially taken it as evidence.
Oh, you think that's too? I can put that phone.
If you sign it, you can sign, give us consent to extract it, we'll extract it, and I'll get back to you tomorrow. You have that cell phone problem?
Yes, I had that back for like a week now.
I've been really that.
You got my number 727-401-4279. That's my phone number.
I can't remember.
Yeah, but I'll give it to you. 727-401-7279. That's my old number.
So you have a new number with a new phone?
I have a new number now.
Okay.
Which I just took.
Okay, what's the number of that phone?
It's 424-7235.
Is there a passcode or anything on that? Is it open?
It's open. Get my phone. I gave up my old phone number.
No, we're talking about the general hospital.
The general hospital. Well, it's very simple. I'm talking about the general hospital. Did you go there and pick her up on Friday? In that car?
That were there?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And her friend was there. Her friend got in the car and was going to drop her friend off at
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the friend. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, so that.
So,
who else is in the car?
Who else is in the car? Somebody else in the car.
What? Didi? Didi's in the car, I think. Didi. That's the guy.
When you got there, where was he sitting in the car?
He was in, I think, this was in the back. I don't. He was in the front, then he got in the back because she knocked on my window and said that she, so I respect, let her be in the front.
Okay.
No, I thought it was by myself. What, by myself? No, he was with me.
Is he associated with you?
Not that I know. I don't.
Okay. How old is he?
My age, I'm 44, so we got to be like 37, 38. Somewhere in that age bracket.
Oh, sir, it was a little bit windy there, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But you just have to take the environment that you have, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you are recording this at outside?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move into evidence state exhibit 31C and 31B.
31B.
And
As in
31
boy,
C.
and C is in guy. Correct?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
Have an objection to both. Can we approach Judge?
Sure. Exhibits, you had the one objection over the one.
Over 31C.
Oh, over the other objection.
State's publishing 31B.
Yes, you may publish both at the appropriate times.
Thank you.
For English, press 4 for collect call. Please.
Actually. So, sir, in your work as a detective, a homicide detective, have you had an opportunity to listen to jail calls?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us how jail calls are collected or maintained by the sheriff's office?
Yes, they use a third-party company as inmates call out to whoever. That's documented, and it's linked to the person themselves. So they have to put a passcode in and identify it also themselves via voice. And then a file is created under that person's record. So you can type in anyone who's at the jail who's making calls and obtain their calls out.
Okay.
Before we
And
continue,
sorry,
would you like me to read that instruction again, or is it back to?
it does pertain to this, so yes, please.
All right, so I'm going to read that same instruction again, ladies and gentlemen. You're about to view, or excuse me, listen to an audio recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate any irrelevant portions that would not aid in your understanding of the case. And the fact that this recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you listen to and consider this evidence. Thank you.
And for the record, that will be as it pertains to State Exhibit 31B and C.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And does the jail create records indicating the person who is in custody, the phone number that they're calling, their specific PIN, their name, the date that the phone call was made, the time frame of the phone call, the results as it pertains to whether or not the call was picked up or not, and all that such information.
Yes, ma'am, that's captured in the system.
Okay. And when one goes to the jail and tries to use the phone, is it clear that the calls are recorded? Do you know?
I don't fully know what the message is, but from hearing what we'll hear on the jail call, it should be pretty clear.
Okay. And these jail calls do you have access to them, to listen to them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, publishing 31B.
At the beach, repeat the phrase. With global spelling, my voice is my password.
The global spelling, my voice is my password.
Please enter the area. Please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Please inform your friends and family. They can now leave you voice messages. They will need to know your 9-digit phone ID. Please hold. Hello, this is a prepaid call from an inmate of the Hillsborough County South and Berkeley Detention Facility. To accept this call, press 0. To refuse this call, hang up or press 1. To prevent calls from this facility, your current balance is $2.26. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Tellink.
Hey, Erica. How you doing? Are you alright?
Yeah.
Alright, can you do anything like that, girl?
I'm alright. I'm resting.
You did what now?
I said I'm okay. I'm just resting. Everybody's getting on my nerves. All these calls come to my phone. I don't never answer my phone. I'll be trying to stick it out.
Oh, see, man, I thought people were stressing.
That's about shit. No, okay, well, that's good.
I'm okay, man. I just I was kind of upset last week, you know what I'm saying, when she said that shit about you.
If you didn't believe me, I know I moved on with my life.
Yeah, it wasn't about the moving on part, Erica. I don't know what got said or what got done. I don't know what occurred. You know what I'm saying? So I just hope that you didn't do that. Because I need to call you. I was trying to call you for a witness, to be my witness. Yeah, I know. That's why I said I just need you to be my witness, because I already put you back to my witness.
No.
Huh?
No, whatever. This shit
If you don't show up,
I did the 6 minutes. See, I don't know. Now let's let you go crazy, stay crazy.
I just need you to show up for me, that's all, really. Because they use your phone and stuff.
How can you buy phone?
They use your phone, so you're not a part of the case, but You get called up because they're using your phone.
Alright, I'm gonna go. My stress up, you know, I'm up in the hospital.
Man, that's crazy.
All of it crazy. All the stupid don't make sense to me.
Like all this stuff, like, it's like, you always against me now, like, right?
Because, bitch, you was all the way against me. How dare you? And that's what you call me for?
No, I'm just like.
I've been nothing but on your motherfucking side the whole goddamn time while I'm over here losing my motherfucking.
You have 1 minute remaining.
But do anybody give a fuck about how Sweet's doing or how's her mental health? Then why she ain't went back to work? Why she don't get along with like people? Her attitude, she can't figure it out. Her life no more. It's over. All because of this shit.
Yeah, man. You could have done this like Sweet.
What?
You could have done this like that, baby girl?
You killed my whole soul inside.
So you couldn't try to cross me out and get the fleck you get back.
Who the fuck is crossing anybody that don't know shit about nothing? What's that cross?
Thank you for using Global Telling.
Now, sir, do you recognize the voice associated with that jail call?
Yes, ma'am.
And who are the voices, if you know?
Mr. Ronny Walker and Erica Sweet.
Because you did come in contact with her a number of times, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm showing you State Exhibit 31B, the record, the business record certification. What's the phone number associated with that?
305-910-9779.
And what's the date of that jail call? The date.
Date is February 22nd, 24 at 1500 hours or 3 p.m.
Thank you, sir. And that 305 number, is that the same number that was tracking with the victim's phone on May the 6th of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Publishing State Exhibit 31C.
For English, press 1. For collect, please. At the beep, repeat the phrase. With Global Telling, my voice is my password.
The Global Telling, my voice is my password.
Please enter the area code and please hold. Please wait while your call is being connected. Please inform your friends and family. They can now leave you voice messages. They will need to know your 9-digit phone ID. Please hold. Hello, this is a prepaid call from an inmate in Hillsborough County, South and Burke Road Detention Facility. To accept this call, press 0. To refuse this call, your current balance is $7.92. This call is from a correction facility and is subject to monitoring and recording. Thank you for using Global Telling.
What's her name?
Ronny Walker. They don't come in with the 5 years, and I'm gonna jump on that shit, Angie. I'm gonna take that shit so fast. I'm gonna take that shit so fast. It's getting long. Gotta wait. Like I said, everything. Yeah, I got something. They're saying that the DNA was in my heart.
Do you recognize that as another phone call from the jail?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, this time the state would move into evidence data exhibit 31A. It already has a business record certificate.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Same objection?
Yes, it's to 31A.
Same ruling? All right.
Sir, I'm showing you state exhibit 31A. Can you please look at that?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the phone number associated? What is that?
It's a call log record for outbound calls to 305-910-9779.
And who is making the phone calls?
Mr. Walker's making the phone calls.
Okay. What's the phone number associated with the phone calls he's making?
The 305-910-9779.
And are those phone records from the jail system?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. And what's the time frame of those phone records?
The first one appears to be on 4/5. Sorry, I guess it goes backwards. The first one on this record appears to be from 7/8/2022, and the last one is 4/15/2025.
Thank you. And for the record, are those all phone calls made by Ronny Walker from the jail to Erica's suite?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Using that 305 number?
Correct.
Thank you. So I wonder, Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, attorney's approach. May this please? Sit tight.
Yes, sir.
cross and then you read it. State will be resting, I assume, at the end of this witness.
Yes, sir, we don't have any of this.
Okay, no rebuttal. Alright. So
I don't
then,
know what they're gonna put on, I don't know if they're, I don't think so.
so then you all will make the decision, I'm not asking you to make it now.
Sure.
As if you have any witnesses.
Yes.
You
If
speak
we
to your
do, we'll
client
have them
about
here first
these
thing.
two avenues, and I can call it Queen regarding either one.
Great.
And then whenever you rest, we can take a break, go over the charge conference, and then go into closings.
Okay.
Alright, so I'd like to go into closings Monday as well, so finish up whatever we got, charge conference, during a break, and then bring the jury back in to do our closings on Monday.
Okay.
Okay?
Sounds good, thank you.
Great, thank you, folks.
Okay.
Well, y'all have a good weekend.
Just to move things along, maybe I did send the